Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to just double check that you can hear me. At the top of your screen, you will have a react button. I could just check with the students if you can be able to click there and do a thumbs up for me. Thumbs up under react. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll start shortly. 2 minutes to go. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to our Student Orientation Week. We'll be together starting today until Saturday, and we appreciate that you were able to join us this morning. My name is Lekau Rachidi. I'm the head of the Student Retention Unit, and I have a team of colleagues who together we are going to be steering this ship the entire week. And we hope that you are ready yourself to engage and participate actively in all the presentations that we have lined up for you. And so as I start, I would like to just indicate that the session is going to be recorded, and so will all other sessions throughout the week. And I will later on come back to this point to also show you how you can access the recordings that you may have missed of the sessions as they take place throughout the week. And so your mics would be muted for now. Your videos are also muted for now, and we'll go through the other house rules as the day progresses. But first, I just want to make sure, while I wait for Professor Maharo to come on, can I just check, because I know we have students joining us from the region. I know that we have students joining us on Teams. I can see that on my other screen. I also know that you are here because I can see you on this MS Teams platform. I would like then to just check that you are able to interact with us, and I want to take you to the MS Teams where you can see chat, people raise and react. And I want to firstly ask you to applaud. There's an applause feature there for yourselves for being able to join this morning. If you can just click on that applause button under React, let me see you appreciating yourselves and your fellow students for joining us this morning. That's absolutely great. So whenever there are presentations and points made and you can resonate with some of the issues being tabled, please do not fear to clap hands for the presentations or for the specific points as they are being made throughout the presentation. Can also see thumbs up, just to make sure you can also do that. Thumbs up to the organizing team, to the Gauteng region and all the staff that have made this possible. Thank you very much. Can also see the love emoji for the University of South Africa, having given all of the students the opportunity to pursue their higher education studies. Yes, thank you very much. So those are the emojis or the reactions that as we engage, ladies and gentlemen, throughout, that I ask that you please make use of. Do not be afraid to do those to make those reactions. Otherwise, you can lower your hands. I see some have raised their hands, so you can lower your hands, and we will get back to that feature of raising hands at a later stage. All right, and Mr. Mlaudzi, if no, Mr. Rambe, if I could ask you to please dial the ED into this session. I know that she is attending another important university engagement. So if I could ask you to please try and dial her now that we are starting officially, colleagues and students. I must just also say, while we wait, that we are grateful that you have chosen to study with the university. And I think if you attended the February 14 official opening of the university by the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the university, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, you would have appreciated that we are ready to welcome all our new students. We are ready to continue supporting the returning students in the various support services that we have lined up for you. And so as part of the engagement, you will see that the chat feature is actually already open. So students can engage with the presentations throughout. What I then request students to do, which I will repeat later, is that when you have a particular question that you want directed at a particular presentation, that you do that by starting with the @ symbol. So you will say @ registration. if the presentation was about registrations or add counseling. If that was the case, add FYE, so that it is clear to the colleagues who we have lined up in the chat to be able to respond to you, but also for them to know that your question is addressed to them and their presentation. I hope you can be able to remember to do that whenever you have a question or a comment that you'd like to make. The other point that is critical for us to try and do in terms of housekeeping is that we would really appreciate it, students, that you make use of this chat facility only for the purpose of engaging with the presentation. Do not post, and I humbly request with a smile that you please refrain and not post any personal information in the chat. Do not share your student number. Do not share your cell phone number for any reason. I know that this is a good opportunity for many of you to find and create study groups and things like that. But you will never know who might be here and taking all that information for other purposes than the purpose for which you are sharing your personal details. So I would really urge you to please not share your personal information on this particular platform. The other point I would like to make is that the University of South Africa cares a lot about our students, and you will see throughout the presentation that we are trying to make every support service available to you. And one of the best ways for you to take up support is by first being aware of the support services that are being provided, and then taking the next step of taking up that particular support service. We've got plenty of support, and throughout the week, you will hear more and more about that. And so I'm going to, while we wait a little bit, I'm going to just project the program for the week so that you are aware of the planned activities, the presentations throughout the week. And I think if you have missed that communication, this would be a good opportunity for you to see what is lined up, and you can be able to participate meaningfully. You can be able to pick and choose which sessions your time will allow you to participate in. But first, I want to just show you that all the communication we have already sent out would have made reference to the FYE website, the first year experience website, and you'll find it if you go to the My Unisa homepage under student support and regions, where you have FYE experience at Unisa, first year experience at Unisa. And of course, we've got many other support services that you can already find from there. But for the purposes of this item that I'm rendering at the moment, you'll have the first year experience student orientation, which is nicely put up here. You'll be able to see all the sessions that are lined up. The session taking place today, tomorrow, all the way until Saturday. If we just go through today's program, you will be able to see that in the next 40 minutes or so, we will still be just dealing with the welcoming and address. I'll take you through some of the other issues alongside the address by the executive director. We'll then go into the counseling and career development, where you'll get more information about how to go about planning for your for your first semester at the university. We'll go into the application and registration, where you'll hear about the fact that you have now registered. What next? If you need to make contact on matters relating to your registration, whether it is to update information, whether it is to defer, or any other information related to registration. We'll hear more about that in that session. And then the first year experience program would follow that session, and you'll be able to hear more about what can actually make you a successful first year student. And of course, the digital literacy, digital innovation, teaching, learning, student support, all of those that are linked to the digital space. You'll hear about that. So that will mark the end of day one. And day two, which is tomorrow, we again invite you to join us, where your qualifications residing in the different colleges, you will be able to join those sessions. So you will not necessarily need to join each and every of these sessions tomorrow, but I'm sure of these 4 colleges, your session, your qualification, if it is in the College of Education, you have an hour and 45 minutes to join and hear what information they have for you, which is absolutely critical for you to know and be able to follow. That session at 11 will be presented by the College of Human Sciences, and College of Law will then follow College of Economic and Management Sciences. So depending on which qualifications your qualification is based in or located, you can join those sessions. But there's nothing stopping you if you want to just hear what other colleges are saying about qualifications and students registered in their spaces. If we then move to the next day, let me see now. Blocking me from choosing the Thursday and the Wednesday, but I'll come back to it. I think this is Thursday. Let me see if I can. Okay, I'll come back to the Wednesday when it allows me to. So on Wednesday, we again are meeting. We will have the Student Communication Services Center. This is a platform where you can find out more about how to contact the university and what different ways you can do so. Not just the phone number, it's not just the email. There are many other innovative ways that you can make contact with the university by using, so that you can be able to help yourself, but also seek help from those who are on the other side of whatever platform you choose to use. Student development will then follow, about wellness, about your health, about social development, gender-based violence, which are issues that confront us as students, as community members, and the university is advancing here a program or programs that will help you to navigate all those challenges. Of course, assessments are important. Assessments are meant to gauge how we are progressing throughout the academic journey, throughout the studies. And so you will have assignments to complete, you'll have examinations to write. Everything around assessments will take place in this particular session. And that will be followed by the Student Representative Committee or Council, rather, where you'll hear about how the SRC represents your views, represent the challenges, and how you can get in touch with them, and how you can benefit from participating in the various engagements and activities from them. We close off Thursday with the library services. If you are going to succeed in this university or any other higher education space, library should be your friend. And because we are operating in an online mode, in the main, you'll hear about how you can make requests through the online platforms that are available. But you'll also hear about how you can be able to participate in the various library services that are available on campus in the various campuses that might be close to you. Going back to the Wednesday program, I must just also indicate this is day 2 of the college programs. So day 1 is the Tuesday. So day 3 is College of Accounting Sciences kicking off the day, followed by College of Science, Engineering and Technology, College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences closing off the day on the Wednesday. On the Friday, you then have students with disability segment of the program, where we will be talking about the importance of informing the university through declarations, that you have this and that limitations and disabilities, so that we can actively and proactively be able to assist you and support you with the various support services that they have. And you'll hear about all of that in that first session of Friday morning. You then will go into the next session about student funding. This is where you have NSFAS. This is where you have bursaries. This is where you'll hear about progress on your applications and confirmation that you are funded and or not, or what else you need to do. And so all the issues surrounding bursaries that you have applied for, maybe there are some that are still open. You'll hear about that and all NSFAS related questions. Please tune in on that day and that time for that slot. And of course, other ways that affect you as a student, if you are not a funded student, there are many other issues that might confront you. And so if you want to be safe, if you want to be ready for any eventuality so that you can know exactly what to do when you're confronted with one or other situation, please tune in and join us for the 11 o'clock session on Friday. And we close off with one of the most important, the most critical session of this orientation week, which is about academic integrity. Academic integrity is about students being honest in their engagement with the various assessments and making sure that they're submitting their own work, they do not plagiarize, and all the issues relating to academic integrity. You'll hear about them here. Some of you may have already started with the academic integrity MOOC that is already rolled out, and part of that is exactly what this session will talk about, but it will also talk about many other things, the do's and the don'ts, and also you'll hear about some of the statistics, I believe, of students who have fallen into the trap of being dishonest and the associated consequences of that. And so you want to be in the clear as you start your journey here at the university and make sure that you are safe in your engagements, you are honest in your engagements, in the assessments and everything else. And so that session will definitely be important. But as I said, on this particular website, when you have missed a session, we will endeavor to upload the videos as and when the sessions end, so that you can be able to go back to the recordings and be able to access the sessions that you may have missed. So I know students will be saying in the chat, I won't be able to attend this session or that session. Can you send me the recording? Feel free to come back to this website under My Unisa Student Support and Regions. Just go to First Year Experience Program, First Year Experience Student Orientation page. That's where you'll have all the information about the student orientations taking place. All right, let me go back and see if we are ready this side. Okay. Okay, this is where I want to be. Okay. Prof. Mahano is here, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Mahano is the Executive Director for the Department Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. It is always a pleasure to have leadership amongst us when we have engagements such as this, which are very, very important. So they're not only important for you as students, but they're also important for management to also usher in the orientation week in this particular regard, to be able to share their wisdom, share their guidance, and be able to say, welcome to the University of South Africa, and be able also to welcome all of us to the orientation week, to the official opening, and allow us to start with the day's activities as it were. Professor Mahanu, I'm going to give you the opportunity to address our students as they clap to welcome you to the podium. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rachidi. Thank you very much, and a warm good morning to our dearest students. And Dr. Rachidi, you can share my slides. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Puleng Linkabula, and our Vice Principal Acting, Professor Seku, I just want to express a warm welcome to our students in 2025. You are welcome to the University of the Land, the university that is going to be 152 years old, the university that knows what is academia. We are not a baby university, but we are an adult university that understands, a university that taught the legends like Professor Holihlatla Nelson Mandela, who was a student here, and many other stalwarts and legends. So I want to say to all of you, you are heartily welcome. You have joined the university that is so famous worldwide. You go to any part of the globe, there's no country that does not know Unisa. So you have also joined popularity. You have joined a famous university. Applaud yourself. It's not a mistake that you are at Unisa. You have come to the right space. You are also going to be part of the legends. I'm also part of the legend. I attended my BA here, my honors here, and my PhD here. I only branched at masters, but I regretted, and I came back to Unisa because University of South Africa is the best ever in the world. Thank you very much. You are most heartily welcome. The next slide, please. I want us to look at the student walk. At Unisa, we understand where we take all the students from and where we are taking them to. So stage one, it was when you were searching, choosing, applying for a qualification. Stage two, you were busy with the registrations. I know some of you are finalizing that, and I saw the registration team is here. I saw that people who took you from choosing and applying, they're also here to guide you. Stage three is teaching and learning. This is where the portfolio vice principal teaching and learning, and as the executive director, I occur there. We ensure that your teaching and learning is going smoothly at Unisa, though you are many, but we always manage those big numbers, and that's a miracle. Stage 4, that's when you graduate, when you'll be walking that stage and saying, I am now a graduate of the University of South Africa. Next slide. Today's conversation, as you will be taken through, there will be a number of questions that must be answered by everybody who will be presenting. Question 1, how do you manage your studies to ensure that you complete them successfully? Here we say access for success. So we are going to talk about all these nitty-gritties that connect the whole table of puzzles. How do you navigate my modules on my Unisa? There will be people talking about that. What support is available for students with special needs? I know AppSuite will be here talking about your disability. Please declare. If you did not declare, touch the people in the registration office to say, I did not declare that I can't see properly, or I did not declare that I can't hear properly. Declare, so that we give you special treatment as far as assessments are concerned, and also your learning. And there are also gadgets that are relevant for you if you have a difficulty in seeing. So don't keep it as a secret. You will not be discriminated against, but declare. And then, what academic writing skills do you need? We also provide writing skills. You know, the English at the university is not like the ordinary essay like writing that you were doing at high school. So there are academic writing skills that we provide. So please listen carefully as they come with what the regions are providing. How do you avoid plagiarism? Plagiarism, in simple terms, copying other people's work without acknowledging. And what are the consequences of such offenses? So you need to know, listen carefully. I know that office will be here. How does the assessment process work at Unisa? How do we assess? Do we just pump you with assessment without teaching? No, we teach first and then we assess later. What are the skills needed for online assessment? You need to know that. How are you going to upload your assignments? Whether they need to be typed, whether they need to be put through Turnitin so that they check the similarity index. And then, what proctoring tools does Unisa use? Iris, those who are doing the sciences and accounting, and Invigilator app, like other colleges who have something that invigilates you when you write your assessments or your assignments. But if you have a disability, we have a way of not putting you under those circumstances of being proctored. What support does Unisa ICT provide to students? You are going to hear about it. What type of student support is offered by the regions? So the regions have their own support structures. If you are staying next to a region or in a particular province, all the provinces have regions where you can go and get support. And this is what we really want to put emphasis on. Don't struggle alone there in your corner, but go to a region where they will provide support for you, or phone the communication system and say, I need guidance here. Where must I go? I need a person, a human being, not just a telephone call. Then access for success. All of you who are registering, we so wish that you can pass. Access for success, pre-registration, we did that in November 2024. But today we will also explain some of the things that are still outstanding to understand the type of qualification that you want to follow. If the qualification has practicals, you must also understand. I think the colleges are going to go in depth as you will be attending the college orientations, or there will be a slot of all the colleges. And if your modules have some practicals, they will guide you. To know what need to be registered first, you need to know these modules must be registered first. Otherwise, I can't proceed to do others. So there are what we call prerequisites and then core requisites that can be registered alongside with other modules. Then the number of modules in a semester. It is important, students, that you check your load of modules. You know, you can say, I will do all 10 in a semester. But sometimes you find that it is difficult for you because you are working or you have other challenges that need to be attended to by one. You have only one brain. So please check your load and don't find yourself taking many modules and then you end up failing them all. You rather take few and then see how you fare. The following year or following semester, you'll take more. And then attend class online. Check the module site for announcement. Unisa has taken a decision from the portfolio operational plan that our first objective is to allow students to attend classes. We attend classes online, and those classes, you will see announcement on the module site. If you are doing BPT 1501, check the module site. If you are doing FAC 1501 or EU modules, EUP module, check online. All the colleges will be having lessons that either they are pre-recorded, uploaded on the module site, or there will be live lessons with you where your lecturer wants to see you and you want to see your lecturer. Those lessons are important. We urge all the students to attend, or if you fail to attend because you are working or your periods are clashing, then you download the recorded lesson and you listen to it. You can write, join the discussion forum, engage with your lecturer, engage with other students. So because you've seen that most of you are young, and when you are young, you want to go to class, but your class will be online. Next slide. I want us to focus on these things. Let your registration be perfect. Where you made mistakes, raise an alarm quickly. Alert the office of the registrar that I made a mistake here. I need to correct early before the year starts. Finance, I think Tate Rachidi has organized with finance people to talk about all those nitty-gritties of finances, NEFSAs, etc. Finance people will address that, not us. I'm from teaching and learning. I won't be able to address them fully. Study material, we have the SMPD unit that will be here to also address. If you need a printed study material, indicate as you register. Those dealing with disabilities, declare, please, if you have any form. Technology support will also be discussed. Support services at regions and also from the colleges, from the Mokelneck campus, we have so many support services. I won't mention them one by one. Co-curricular activities will assist you in knowing more about higher education and other things that will assist you. And library services, they will be here to discuss. Tutorial services will also discuss which modules have tutors. Tutors is an extra tutor giving support to the lecturer. We will support you by teaching from the lecturer, and also a tutor will give support on the side. But no tutorial services will be paid for. These bogus tutors that write you WhatsApps and say, hey, pay 5,000 Rand, pay, you will pass these modules. Those are not proper. All tutors of Unisa who are employed by Unisa will not charge you a cent. Beware of bogus tutors. Anybody who wants money from you, just say, they want me against you. I have a tutor at Unisa. I mustn't pay a cent. I don't have money. I'm still a student. So no payment. Even if they can promise you heaven and earth, don't pay. Unisa tutorials are mahala. Amahala tumchia, free, gratis. So we don't pay for that, okay? And then there will be college support. College support, there's a group of student advisors that will always help you, plus your lecturer, the dean, the school director, they will help you. So when you don't get success or they don't respond, send to me and say, Prof. Mahano, I wrote an email to my college, they never responded. My email is mahanmd@unisa.ac.za. We want all our students to be supported, but start first with your college for support. Counseling, they will help you. There are other problems that do not need your lecturer, but they need a qualified professional counselor. They will help you with those psychosocial problems, and just get them online or phone them. They will help you. Office of the Dean. The Office of the Dean of Students helps students with student-related problems. There is also the SRC. Every region has SRC, and we also have the National Student Representative Council. They also help you with student-related problems. And then class attendance is compulsory. Ladies and gentlemen, our dearest students, I attended school at Unisa, and they were teaching us through cassettes. The old cassette, ask your mother if your mother is of my age. They were teaching us. Now we are retaining that culture of saying, let's teach our students. Check the module site, check for announcement, check the website of Unisa daily so that you don't miss important information. Next slide. I want to close with these important words. To educate girls is to reduce poverty. Girls in the room, let's attend school here at Unisa. I'm not a professor because I went to the city. I studied through correspondence. Girls, let's come to school. Let's get these degrees. It is possible. It is possible. Even if Mr. So-and-so can promise you heaven and earth and money and Mercedes-Benz and BMW, say, no, my degree first. Wait for me if you love me. My degree first, and then you will marry me. I know that February they lied to you some. Please, please come to school, get that degree, get honors, get masters, get PhD. We call you Dr. Susan so-and-so. Dr. Mokaiche from Limpopo, Dr. Lindo from Eastern Cape, Dr. Mbali from KZN, Dr. Huizimang from Northwest. All of you girls, get it. But we don't exclude boys. Boys, hey, you must be educated. Imagine being a father without qualifications. Let your kids, the future kids, not now we are attending school, the future kids, let them see you as Papa who is educated. Boys, please, we are not leaving you behind. Let the boy child be empowered. The world is in turmoil because most of the boys who beat women, they are not educated. They must be educated intellectually and also emotionally, socially, know how to live well with other people. Boys, let's get those degrees. I want to quote the words of Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, who is saying, education is the great or the most important thing that we really need to acquire, all of us. It is through education that a child of an ordinary person finds himself being the president. You know this quotation. I'm not going to read it line by line. And we are examples of children who come from poor families. But today we have titles. Why? We went to school. We went to school. I urge you, don't think that unemployment is going to stay forever. The world will need people with degrees. Even if you don't find work in South Africa, you can go to any other country where you will produce your certificate that will be recognized. Our doctors are respected worldwide. Our nurses are respected worldwide. Why? They know that they received the proper training. So let's go to school. And Dr. Martin Luther King says, the function of education is to teach one to think intrinsically and also think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the good of the education, or sorry, the goal of education. So let's think critically, and Unisa makes you to think in a critical way. In closing, the slide is saying, whatever your hands find to do, the next slide, do it with all thy might, for beyond the grave where you are going, there is no knowledge, no wisdom in the grave. Let's think now, let's work now, let's pass. And one day you will be throwing your motorboat in the air, graduating from the university of the land, the August University, the university that produced legends. Program Director Ntate Rachidi, our dearest students of Unisa who made it to be registered here. It means when you entered here, you must be able to pass. You qualified. You were able to be absorbed by this big university. So it's possible to graduate one day as a doctor.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much, as usual, for those encouraging words, those motivational words for our students. Can I see your reactions, students, to that powerful opening address by our executive director? Let me remind those who joined late that if you go to react at the top of your window, you will find thumbs up, love, emoji, applause, and the rest. Please remember to engage with us and all the presentations on that particular segment of your window so that you can be able to appreciate, and we can see that you appreciate that. So Prof, thank you very much. We appreciate your availability. I know you have other important engagements in the university, so we appreciate having made time for us to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to stay on this link. And so, as you have seen in the program, we will have breaks here and there, so you can rush to grab that glass of water, make a bit of coffee for yourself, wherever you are. Those who are in the regions, we are also welcoming you to take breaks if you need to. The next session is going to start at 10 o'clock sharp, and I will be back to introduce to you the next segment of the day. Please continue to engage on the chat. Please continue to remember that you do not put up personal information on the chat as you do so on the chat. And we will be back with you shortly. I hope that you have enjoyed the first part. The next session is going to be about counseling services, how to plan for your time for this first semester, depending on the number of modules that you have registered for. Prof. Mahanu did indicate something to the effect of the study load. So if you've already registered for a full bouquet of modules, what then needs to happen in terms of you planning on how you're going to go about your first semester and making sure that you submit all your assignments on time, that you have enough time to study. I know that you have many other life responsibilities, but you've made a choice to be a student, which is a very important decision you have made. And you also do not want to find yourself not making enough progress on your studies. And so the next segment will touch on what to do as a first year student when you find yourself in this situation or that situation, so that you can know how to navigate and where to call for support. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pause here and allow you to take a break, take a body break. At 10 o'clock sharp, I will come back to introduce that next segment. Thank you. Students, welcome back to the second presentation for the day. I hope you are hydrated and ready to go. In this next presentation, I already indicated that you are going to hear from colleagues from the counseling and career development. And so they are ready. I see Dr. Kurisang is here. I see Ms. Daisel is here. Mr. Penyani also. And so I'm going to hand over to them. So in the next 45 minutes, remember, on the chat, if you have a question, you will say add counseling and then put in the question or comment that you want so that the colleagues can be able to know that your comment or question is directed to them. So please, let's do that. Again, a call to say, please let us not post any personal information in the chat. And I appeal and I humbly request that you do not do that. It is for your own good. There's a lot that can happen to those contact details that you may be sharing for one reason, but something else might happen. But I've already said a lot about that. I'm hoping that you are hearing me and hearing the request. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Ms. Lisa Daisel to the podium. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rashidi. And also thank you very much for all the students who have joined us this morning and my colleagues. I am here with Dr. Chipiwa Kurisang and Mr. Vusumusi Penyane. How we will work this morning is that they will be presenting, but while they are presenting, as Mr. Rashidi indicated, please feel free to post any questions you have about the information that we are sharing in the chat. I will then attend to those questions. So as we were preparing for this morning's presentation, we thought that what could add value, especially for first-year students, but even if you are a senior student, you are not excluded, is to look at important tips that could be useful for you as a Unisa student. And then we will focus on time management, how you choose to spend your time and how you structure the time that you spend on your studies is also a very important contributing factor to study success. And then we will also share some tips on note making and information about how to get in touch with us at Counselling and Career Development. So I'm just going to ask first Dr. Kurisang and Mr. Penyane to introduce themselves, and then Dr. Kurisang will start with the first part of the presentation. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you to colleagues who are present to the general Unisa community. My name is Chipiwa Kurisang, as already introduced. We will go through the first part of the presentation, and remember, this is just a brief tip-off. You are still welcome to contact us so that we can have in-depth conversation on a particular topic.
Thank you, Dr. Kurisang. Mr. Penyane.
Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to all our students at Unisa, and welcome to Unisa, as the prof has already welcomed you. And my name is Vusi Penyane. I'm a student counselor in Pretoria. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vusi. Dr. Kurisang, you are welcome to start in with the presentation.
Thank you, Lisa. So we are going to start with, tips for how to manage your time. I think Prof said something in the introduction that it's about studying for success. So if you are thinking, I need to be successful, there is certain things that are very important. The first part is creating a designated study space. It's very important that when you are thinking about studying, you also need to think,
where to study, because where you study, it needs to be very effective for you to be able to capture the information, to be able to focus, and to be able to remember. So think about the specific place where you can be comfortable so that you are studying comfortably and you are studying for success. Remember, it's important that you study in a place where it's free from distractions. And distractions, I mean internal distractions or external distraction. Internal distractions is when you are studying in a place that makes you very uncomfortable, you are in pain, you are in distress, or you just feel that your mind is wandering. Or also external distractions because maybe there is noise or there are other things, or you are feeling cold or hot. That's also a distractor as well. It's important that you put your mind in a right place so that you are in the mindset for learning. Stay organized. It's important that for now, in the beginning of the semester or the beginning of the year, you keep track of assignments, deadlines, and also the reading, the preparatory work that needs to be done. You need to have a plan. When will I do what? We are into the age of digitalization, like Prof has indicated that during his time studying, they will listen to recording from the tape. But now things are done online. This orientation program would have been recorded on tape that will be sent to you, and you will have to listen online. So it means even to stay organized, use a planner or a digital calendar. It could be on your phone or your laptop, and you could also set reminders 2 days before the due date, 3 days, so that you're consistently getting reminders to say, this is what you need to do, this is where you are, so that you also stay on top of your schedule and you also prioritize what is important. If you don't plan to where you are going, it's very important that you might not reach your destination. Understand what you need to do. In each and every course, there is an orientation on what is expected of you, what needs to happen when. So it's very important that you read through the tutorial letter 101. It's your guideline, it's your orientation for each module. Each module have got specific needs, there is specific expectation, there is specific outcome. You will only understand those outcomes if you have read tutorial letter 101. You don't go at the end of the year when you are preparing for exams and you say, I didn't know that I'm going to write essays exams. You need to know now whether the exams will be essay or will be in a format of multiple choice. Minimize distractions. As I said earlier on, there are so many distractions. Some of the distractions are internal and some of the distractions are external. External distractions could be social media, TV, family members, or internal distractions, it's relationship difficulties, it's sickness, it's other things that are bothering you, your concerns about your future. You are worried whether you have chosen the right career or not. Minimize them. And that's the reason we are here as counseling, to also help you to minimize, especially the internal distractions. But when we come to external distractions, think about where to study. There are so many community libraries. Create a space where it's comfortable for you to study. Turn off notifications from your phone. Find a quiet space and also communicate with family members about your schedule or any other person who is significant. But for me, you need to communicate with yourself first to say, I am studying, I need to focus, I need to minimize this. For me to sit here this morning and to focus on this presentation, I have minimized a lot of distractions. My cell phone is on mute. So think about you, for you to focus also, that's the discipline you need so that you can focus on your studies. Lisa? It's also important to establish a routine. We need to wire ourselves and have a routine where our body even tells us and our mind that you are studying. It needs to be a habit. It needs to be incorporated in everything you are doing. Set a schedule for yourself and stick to it. Study daily to establish a habit. But those habits about your studies must also be incorporated into other things that you do in your life. So you need to think about the time you wake up, the time you go to bed, the other things or commitments that you have, so that you have got a very healthy habit that also indicates that you are invested in your studies and you want to succeed. Practice self-care. Yes, you are a Unisa student. Yes, you need to study. Yes, you need to cover as much work as you can. But remember, if you don't take care of yourself, your body will fail you. Your mind will fail you. What am I talking about when we are talking about taking care of yourself? It's about both physically and mentally. So make sure you eat well, you exercise regularly, and you get enough sleep. Also, it's important that you engage in activities that you enjoy, such as hobbies or spending time with loved ones. It's also very important that as you are studying, you are not neglecting other aspects of your life that could later jeopardize your studies as well. Stay connected. This is part of Unisa saying we need to be connected to you, but you also need to be connected to your studies. You cannot have a relationship with somebody, but you don't have any ways of communicating or connecting with that person. A relationship, it means you are engaged, you internalize that relationship, you understand your needs, and also you understand the needs of the other person. You have got a relationship with your studies, you have got a relationship with your career, you have got a relationship with the university. So make sure you are connected. And how do you show that you are connected? Ask questions when you need help. Even when you don't need help, when you are just curious about something, ask questions. We are here at counseling so that you can reach out to us to ask any questions. And I must emphasize, the majority of people judge themselves to say, I thought this was a stupid question. I thought nobody could struggle with this. I must reassure you this morning, there is no stupid question. You are actually curious, and curiosity is very important. It's one of the graduate attributes that you need to have to wonder about something and you don't have the answer and you reach out and you ask somebody. Make sure you understand the material before you move on to the next topic. Remember, you are not just running a sprinter when you are studying. It's about internalizing, it's about understanding what you are studying. So when you have finished a chapter or a task, ask yourself, what did I understand from this? Don't move. It's not just about covering up that I read the 3 chapters or the 4 chapters or I've done 10 units, but you don't understand anything. Reach out for support. If you take your time and internalize the work you have done, and you also reflect, what do I understand, what I don't understand, it's easier to reach out to other people. And when you reach out, you have got very specific questions to say, I'm struggling with this, please help me with this. Sometimes we can't get support because we don't know what we are struggling with. And so it will be very difficult for the next person to be able to support you. Be proactive, take ownership of your own learning, and be proactive in seeking out resources and support when needed. As I said, at times just be curious. When you are curious, you could be proactive. Just to wonder what could be outside of what I know, and reach out to people. Your lectures, remember your lectures, the university in general have got experts in your field of study. Use them as a first line of resources, and normally they will provide you the right information, the relevant information. What is said for me is that Unisa students get misled, they get frustrated, they feel very lonely, yet they've got everything they need. Unisa as a community, as a society, it has got all the information you can imagine, due to the fact that we've got staff members from different backgrounds, different studies. So be proactive and utilize those resources. Lisa? The common challenges that students normally experience, it's procrastination. The other week I was talking about self-sabotage, which procrastination is one of the behaviors of people who self-sabotage. It's because when you have to do something that is uncomfortable, you then avoid to do that task, then you postpone. And that's very unhealthy, because as you procrastinate, you end up doing things during the last minute. What is the danger of that? You don't show up your full potential. You normally perform below your full potential, and then you are also caught up into other challenges that students end up falling into, like plagiarizing other people's work or ending up buying, assignments and all that, which create problems. So it's very important that you don't self-sabotage. You don't get involved in patterns that self-sabotage your career and your journey, even your own self-esteem and self-confidence, because at the end you will say, you know what, I'm not performing well, I'm not good enough. But the issue is that you are not putting enough time and resources, or you are not doing your task when you still have time. How do we manage that? Set clear goals and deadlines, break down large tasks into smaller manageable steps. And one other important thing is that sit down and do the work, even if you don't understand. Give yourself a chance to say, can I take more time? Can I be more patient with myself? Can I reach out for other people? Instead of just saying, no, I'm going to avoid this until it goes away. It won't go away. That assignment will still require you to be submitted, and you need to do it. Focus on most important task first. And one of the things for me, your studies, it's very important. Put that on the agenda every day. Make sure you do something towards your studies. It's like if you are a farmer and you are investing in your spinach so that you can take it one day to a big retailer, you will wake up every day and make sure you are at the farm, you are doing something to that spinach so that it can meet the quality of the spinach that the retailer want. The same applies with your studies. Make sure you are focused, you are doing the small things, even if it's just watering, sitting and looking through your task means something. I think that's where I need to hand over to, the other thing is overcommitment, taking on too many responsibilities. We need to be able to say no. We need to be able to look at ourselves and say, how can I deal with this? Do I have enough time? Do I have enough resources? Politely decline additional responsibility when your plate is already full. Share responsibilities with others whenever it's possible. We know most of us, we have got FOMO, fear of missing out, where you end up being involved in so many things and you end up doing so many tasks and you overwhelm yourself. So avoid overcommitment. Distractions, we spoke earlier on about interruptions from social media, family and other activities, and internal distractions as well. Turn off notification, find a quiet workspace and use website blockers if needed. Communicate your needs with others. You need self-discipline. You need to be able to say to yourself, no, for now, this is what I want to focus on. Can I allow myself to focus on this? And I'm not going to be focused on the phone. I want to focus on my friends and all other things. Colleagues, isn't it this way I need to leave my presentation now?
Chibiwa, you will still continue. We've got a break. We will ask students for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for being disoriented. Schedule your time. Also, it's important to draw up a weekly study schedule. Your brain needs structure. In order to focus, you need to have structure. Work through the study guidelines, lesson study units, and read and study the relevant sections of time, the prescribed material. It's also important that in your weekly schedule, you also do the assessment. You cannot just study and then you don't test yourself. You need to find ways to say, okay, how do I see that I've mastered the course? How do I see that I've mastered the format of the exam? Prepare for the exams or final assessment. Some modules make use of continuous assessment or portfolios. One of the things is that people just go and complete assessment online without taking time to work through the study material, assessing themselves through the questions that are there in the study guides. Those questions are meant to prepare you to know what type of exams you must expect, to test you, to assess whether you have mastered what is expected of you. Remember, this is a guideline. We all have different ways of working, but it's recommended that for a 12-credit model, which is a semester model, spend at least 6 to 8 hours per week. You need to have time to invest in your studies. Like I used an example of a farmer who, when investing in the spinach, must do something every day in the farm. The same with you about your studies. For a 24-credit model, spend at least 4 to 6 hours per week. And these hours, some of it is for studying, completing assessment. It's a build up. Remember, at the end, you are training your brain that at the end, it must be able to master the work, to have the content. You are not studying just to pass the exams. Remember, you are studying so that you can have insight, you can have knowledge. If you look at the what Prof shared with us in the beginning, I liked the studying. It's about building the character. You need to have the character which has got in-depth knowledge. That's when you will be a graduate or a professional who is confident about what they have learned. Time-blocked weekly schedule. You will find this on our website, on my Unisa as well. This is a weekly study schedule example on how you need to manage your time. So to do this, of course, you need to ask yourself, how much time do I have? And if you ask yourself that question, you will be able to also think about not overcommitting, and you can then realize, sure, in my day, I'm doing other things, but not my studies. In my day, I'm very busy with church work or family, but I'm not thinking about my studies. How do I negotiate with myself so that I can spend time with my books, or how do I negotiate with the family? So I will not go through this. It's something that if you need assistance with us, you can shout, you can reach out to us so that we can help you to develop a tailor-made weekly schedule for you. To help you focus and to take care of yourself in taking breaks, we have the Pomodoro technique. The first part is to choose a task you want to work on. And then you set the timer to 25 minutes. And you work on the task until the timer ends. Then you can take a short 5-minute break, and then you have you finished 4 cycles, and if it's no, you repeat the cycles. Take a longer 15-30-minute break if you have finished the cycle. So it's important that you have got a way to manage the task. It also makes you not to feel you need to procrastinate because this is difficult, because you just sit for 25 minutes, you do the smallest task, and then you realize, oh, I'm not done with this, I need to go back, and it will make you to stay focused. Then it's also important to monitor your progress. And you can see we have given you an example of how you can monitor your progress while you are studying. And also this can also help you with other tasks in your life. Keep track of your progress daily. Adjust your plans where needed. If you can see, I sit down and I sit with one module and I'm not progressing with other modules, you need to think, okay, how do I allocate time? What do I need to do? But you can see there is different aspects of monitoring your progress. It's your health, it's your self-care, it's your relationship, it's your work, and also that will involve your studies. How often are you exercising? How often are you eating? How often are you contributing to meetings? How often are you drinking water as well? The resources we have, it's time management and study plan. You can take a picture and then you will be able to access our website and you will be able to reach out to us if you need further assistance. There we continue with the example of study schedule, working students and full-time students, and Lisa will talk about this at the end as well. I think that's the end that I've been rushing to. Any questions or reflections so far, you can post it in the chat. Mr. Peñane will be preparing to take you over to the next slides. But if you've got any question, please post them on the chat. I can see our colleagues are there. I also noted my colleague in Cape Town, Ms. Chantal Adams, she's answering some of the questions. So we have more colleagues also on the chat to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Korisang. There's just somebody who asked about the QR code. So I'm just going to display these two for a minute or so, and then Mr. Binyani will take over. So if you want to take a picture for the time management and study planner, now would be the time to do so. We will also post the links in the chat after the presentation. And then this is the second resource with some example study schedules. So whether you are working or you are a full-time student, there are some examples that we've put together to help you make a study plan like the one that we showed you earlier. Okay, thank you. Vusi, you are welcome to go ahead.
Thank you, Lisa. I will try not to be long, but maybe before I start, you've been listening to, thank you, Dr. Kodisane. So I would just say, just stretch a little bit, just stretch your arms a little bit so that you wake up, and then stretch them a little bit in front. Okay, can stretch them a little bit up. Okay, and then you breathe in a little bit again. Just breathe in all the way to your belly. Just hold it. Breathe out. Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. Last time. Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. So if any part that is still stressful or you are sleepy a little bit, just breathe through that part now. This is the last one we do. Just breathe through that part so that part will receive more oxygen and you can be able to continue to listen to this presentation. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay. So my task is just to talk to you because most of the students, when they come to Unisa, they want to see a lecture in front of them. But however, whether you're in the lecture or you're in front of the computer or you're in front of anything else, at some stage you will need to make notes. So I'm talking about making notes, and making notes is equal to active listening. So whether you're going to class, to a formal class, when a lecturer will be in front of you, you will have your exercise where you make notes. And also exactly the same thing at Unisa, because if you have a tutorial lectures and you attend lecturers, you need to make notes. So notes are very important because it's the way of learning. Okay, when you are learning a new material, you need to make notes. You need to take notes. An important thing for taking those notes is not just to make notes for yourself, but it's also to understand that you understand the material, because most of the work or most of the bulk of the work is upon your shoulders. So it means you have to read that material, make notes. I'll show you exactly now how to make notes, 2 ways of making notes. And then so that you come to understand and saying, do I understand this this chapter? Do I understand this content better? So if you don't understand the content, then you can able to ask for assistance, email your lecturer and email your tutors, email some students who have done that module so they can able to help you to understand. So when you're taking notes, it's where you actually learn more, and you also learn about yourself, whether you understand the material. An important part of this making notes and taking notes, taking notes, and reading them and rereading them is to recall them at some stage. So when you're doing your qualification right now, you need to recall, or your particular module, you need to recall that information at the end of the the semester or at the end of the year, depending when you are writing your exams. However, that information also need to be recalled when you go out to work. You need to remember that. That's why you're saying when you are appointed at a particular firm, they will tell you, okay, you don't have an experience, but you have this information from university. You have learned it from us. You know it, because now you need to recall it. You need to implement it. Okay, and then because of the experience, they will teach you certain things that you need to learn. So it's also very important that this will be a new information for you. And for the new information to be best processed, you need to reorganize it. Reorganize it in such a way that it will suit your learning style. It will suit the way you learn. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but then I would also encourage you to make an appointment with what directorate, so that we will help you to know yourself, to know your learning style. How do you learn? How best do you retain the information yourself? And there are 2 ways of organizing this information that I will talk about right now. Is a visual notes and a linear notes. Those are the 2 styles that I want to share with you today. And as I'm saying to you guys, it's very important that you know yourself. And don't force yourself using one style that is not really suited for you, because it's not you. And to know yourself, contact us. Make an appointment. We'll talk about how to make an appointment at the end to show you that we can able to help you and saying, okay, you can use visual notes making, or you can use the linear note making style. The next slide, please. Lisa. Okay, so let's look at the visual note making style. Okay, so this way is called mind maps. Most of the people, and some people, they will use it. If it's not for you, don't use it. Okay, and this one is helping you to see everything in one. Okay, and you know everything. So there are lots of topics, there are lots of chapters, there are lots of subtopics that are over there, but they talk to the whatever will be the chapter, or there will be a book that you have summarized it there. But you can actually, they ask you to ask maybe to write to discuss that particular concept. You can able to do that, not just knowing the concept itself, but to know everything about that concept, because for you, it's a map. It gives you the whole panorama of where you're going or what you need to know, but you know all the details. So it's a map. If you're talking about a mind map, for example, you want to go from here. Now we're using the GPS. Before, we will have a map. You know, a long time ago, there was a map. It was written in a book, and you look at the map. Okay, I want to go from here to Durban, for example. And you look at the routes. You look at the roads that you will need to take. Okay, but you don't look at the smaller road. That there will be a road that passing there. There will be that road. You know that road when you are focusing on the main thing until you reach Durban. So that's called a mind map that you use. So how do you do it? The first thing you need to do is to start with a central image, or a central on a central or use the list of content. So this could be a short summary of the book, could be a short summary of the chapter or whatever you're reading, but is a central. What is central? So the important thing when you are reading, that's the question that is at the back of your mind. That's always coming back and saying, what is a central idea? What is the author or the lecturer trying to say in this particular issue? What is he or she trying to help me to know or to learn? Once you have done that, you go to step number 2, where you add keywords or phrases on this image. So you have this image that you have created. So in this case, we are giving you the image of a tree. There's a big image that you need. You know that the tree with this image got roots, got a trunk, got leaves, got branches, got all those stuff. And then you're going back and saying, what are the keywords? And where do these keywords fit here? You know, are these become the roots? Is everything has hanged these concepts, everything has hangs in these concepts, or is everything else, this concept is applied because of ABC? So there's information that you need to make. Those are decisions that you need to make, and then you can able to come to a particular decision and write your mind map. Then you go to step number 3. That means that these keywords or phrases, you use them as headings and subheadings. You look at the chapter, you're taking a chapter of the book, you're looking now at the keywords, you're looking at the headings, main headings, you're looking at the subheadings, you're looking and then you establish the a frame of reference, how these things connected. And you keep writing them on your mind map, because then they're showing you where you need to go. Then the next one will actually make it more clear, and then we'll talk about it. But to show you this, where are you going, where you need to go. And then you come to step number 4. Then you're using this test now as a self-test. This mind map, this visual note making as a self-test, because you need to test yourself whether you understand that information, whether you understand that new information that you were reading. And if you don't, that's where then you go back. Either if you have time, you go back, or if you still don't understand it after going back, then you have to seek for help immediately. Don't wait until it's too late to seek for help. So testing yourself is very important. You don't just read. And I think as students, we always make that mistake of just reading and reading and reading, and then I understand. And the person says to you, I've read this chapter for 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, but they have not taken a test themselves. They have not set a test for themselves so that they can able to say, do I understand this information? So it's important that you take the test yourself, you self-test yourself, and so that you gauge whether you understand that particular chapter or not. The next chapter, please. Now, this is called the narrative note making, or the Q&A, questions and answer, or Cornell method. Now, the first one that we're doing, the mind map, that's what I'm saying. You need to know yourself. So you can use yourself if you are a person who look at something, you look at the map and you understand it completely without going to details, without knowing a lot about it. And you can actually put a lot of ideas because you understand it. So you're visual, you can visualize things, you can see them. You don't need all these details. This one is when then you put more details. It's for people who are detail orientated. So if are detail orientated, then you need to know a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. This is how you write. You make notes using this method. So let's look at this method, how you do it. So you go to step 1. You take a blank page, okay? And this blank page, you split it into 2 parts. Okay, there's a left hand, and you can see the line there. There's a left column and a right column. Okay, now then you go to step number 2. On the left column, Now you go and read your tutorial letter or the study material. And mostly depending your modules, but in most of them, for example, I'm coming from psychology. When I studied psychology at Unisa, we have we have to discuss most of the concept that we were given. And at the beginning of the tutorial letter, the lecturer will write all the objectives for all the chapters in that particular tutorial letter. So they will be right at the beginning, there will be 10, 15. So your job now is to go back and say in the left column, you read those objectives. You read each objective because it's connected or is related either to chapter 1 or to chapter 2 or to chapter 3. And then you turn that objective to a question. Okay, you turn that objective to a question. And this is the way also of you understanding yourself. So objective is for you to understand the concept psychodynamic, for example. Okay, psychodynamic. And then you have to ask yourself a question. What is the psychodynamic? So that's the question you are putting on your desk. What is psychodynamic? Okay, and you can ask more questions. Who came with this concept of psychodynamic? Why did that person come with the concept came up with the concept of psychodynamic? When? What was happening? So you have all those questions that you can ask yourself and put them on the left column. But you write the main question related to the objective of that. Then you go to step number 3. Now you're going to your right. You have written your question. And you go to now to your right hand side, where then you write, you make notes about the key concept, about the chapter, about the subheadings that are there. So you write more in details now. For example, you write psychodynamic, you write Sigmund Freud, you write 1910, you write psychoanalysis, and those terms now. I'm using psychology, by the way. Those who are studying psychology or those who study psychology you get to know these terms, and rather than that, then you start explaining each of that term in concept, or each of those concepts in details for yourself. That's how you take notes. Now, this method is very important, because then those questions you have put on your left, you are already now anticipating what the questions might be during your exam period. You might be anticipating the questions that might become when you are working in the industry. So you're not just sitting there and passively observing all the information, but you are actively learning. So this is also helping you to be an active learner, because this is what we want from everyone else, to be an active learner. So being an active learner, it means you turn the objectives to questions, and then you ask those questions. Or if that is too much for you, don't have objectives at the beginning or in for every chapter, you go to each chapter. And then you look at the chapter. Chapter will always have the main concept, the main idea, what they're talking, what they want to talk about. And you then change that statement to a question. And then you start then making notes as you go along. But this one, as I said to you guys, is for people who are detail orientated. So if a detail orientated person, this is what you can this is the style you can use. As you go along with each objective, you can add more answers, more questions, and then try and come up with more answers. And in that, you are active. As I say to you, you are anticipating what the lecturer might ask you. For example, at the end, you must ask to discuss a concept of the psychodynamic. You already know that question. You already know the answers. Okay. And as everyone else, you need to reverse this information afterwards. You need to go back and reverse this information, and you need also to test yourself again, which is very important. Self-test is important. So don't just relegate it to a dustbin. Test. So that need to be that. That need to be part of what you're doing. So some people were saying, "Oh, I've written an exam for this. I've written an assignment for this. I supposed to know it." Writing an assignment about it does not equal to you knowing the information. You wrote an assignment about it. It's fine, but you still have to study it. You still have to make notes about it. You still have to self-test yourself to say whether you understand the information. If you don't, you still that I don't understand this information, then that's where you approach your lecturer. That's where you approach your tutors. That's where you approach other students. That's where you approach whoever will assist you. Like, for example, in our directorate, we have students, which we call them student mentors. They might not tell you, but they might explain to you and say, okay, let's reflect together what is happening here. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's look at what we do in our directorate. So our directorate is called Counseling and Career Development, and we offer the following support. So this is support that we will offer to you if you approach us. For example, we don't approach you. We approach you with a lot of stuff. We will send emails to you, inviting you for workshop, maybe study skills or time management workshop, adjustment to Unisa, employability workshop, CV. That's how we as a directorate invite you or approach you. But now when it comes to personal counseling, you have to approach that. So it's a two-way stream. This one is a two-way road. That's where you then come to us and we also come to you. So we support you with planning, management, your career. So you have a career already. You have chosen your career. This is a part that I want to take. That's why I'm doing this qualification. Or some people are doing a particular qualification. They're still confused. They still don't know. So we help you to clarify most of those questions that you have and to map your career going forward. Secondly, we help you to choosing a qualification that will prepare you for a career opportunities. Okay, you're choosing a qualification. Unfortunately, most people, when they come to Unisa to register, they just want to apply. They just want, I want to apply. I want to get to Unisa. I want to study. And then they forget that we are there to assist you so that you make an informed decision and decide, okay, this is the qualification that I want. This is what I need to do. So we help you to choose the best qualification for you, helping you to understand who you are and where you want to go. Thirdly, managing your studies. Now you have registered, you are at Unisa, you are studying already, and we help you to manage your studies. If you're finding any stress, you're finding any difficulties, we won't do job for you, we won't do anything for you, but we'll help you to reflect, as I've done right now, deal with anxiety so that you can face your studies. Fourthly, is to deal with challenges. You know, we have all challenges, different challenges that you have. Some people have marital challenges, some people have financial challenges, some people have boyfriend, girlfriend challenges, some people have food challenges, anxiety, depression, or whatever. So whatever challenges that you are facing, which, by the way, are affecting you negatively, which are affecting your studies negatively, and you cannot able to perform, you have to come to us. We will see how to assist you because we want you to focus. You have, to 100% focus on your studies. And these things which are destructive, they're distracting you, and you've been dumped, by your boyfriend or girlfriend, and now you are depressed. They're just distraction, and they are risk. They don't help you to focus on your studies. So we then help you to bring you back and focus. So it doesn't matter what challenges you are. Don't say these challenges, either they will laugh at me or they will say I'm stupid. We don't deal that way. We are saying to you, that is a challenge for you. That is a reality for you. And we try to assist you to deal with the challenges, put mechanism that will help you to deal with those challenges, and at the same time, you can be able to focus on your studies and finish your degree within the record time. And the last one is to prepare you for career opportunities. So I was saying that we help students when they enter, prospective students, and those are registered and those who are about to finish finish their qualification, about to complete their qualification. So with those ones, we help with graduateness. We have employability workshops. We have CV writing workshops. And recently I was doing, and if I may share this thing. not recently. I've been in charge of the student mentor program in our directorate, and every year we send the invite to students to apply for it. And then one of the requirements that we need is for them to put a CV in, and you have to go through the CV. And sometimes we are really shocked with the CVs that we get, and we're like saying our students, when they go out there to compete in a work environment, because this is how you compete, this is how you sell yourself. And you're looking at a CV, there's no way this CV is selling you. There's no way this CV is helping you. So that is what we are helping you, students, because we want you, when you apply either for internship, you apply for a job opportunity somewhere else, you are able to be sellable by your CV, just be there. Also, when you then, one of the another thing that we help in our directorate will be mock interviews. Some people is called for the interview, and they don't contact us and saying, hey, I've been called for the interview and I've never been into interview, or I've been to interviews, but they don't call me back. I don't know what is happening. Please assist me with a mock interview. So graduateness, this is what we help you with, career opportunities, and saying, how can we help you to build that confidence for you so that when you go out there, you ace that interview and you are actually invited. Above all, Prof has already mentioned this. Everything else is for mahala. You have paid for this service. When you pay for the registration, when you pay for your tuition, you have paid also for this service. So all the services that we render in our directorate are confidential. Everything is confidential. Firstly, secondly, all what we do is also free. All the services that we offer is free. And if anyone else, as Prof has already said, if anyone else asks you to pay for some services, or you come to our directorate and saying, hey, you must pay some choncho or some 50 rand, give me some brown envelope, you must know that is not a Unisa employee. And that person definitely is not from the counseling and career development thing. So we try by all means, we do maintain confidentiality when we deal with you. And then, as I'm saying, that all the services are free. Next slide, please. Okay, so the question then, how can you reach us? I think this will take more than this. I just go through it. So you can email us. So every time we have counselors, all the counselors in all the regions and also in the central office, they have access to that email. So you get answered within 24 hours. So this is our email address, counseling@unisa.ac.za. You can email us, we'll definitely respond to you. If it's not within our domain, it's not something to do with counseling, we do reach out to our colleagues in different departments or colleges to assist for their help or to assist in resolving your query. Not all of the queries stays with us. Some people, they ask about registration and we don't know, but then we ask people from registration, our colleagues from registration, to assist you. You can make that confidential online appointment. And as I said, Lisa, we can do that, and we'll also show you on the website where to find that information. Either on the website, you can make an appointment, is online through Microsoft Teams, or you can request a counselor to call you because sometimes you don't have airtime. You're running off airtime because MS Team will need airtime. So you request that, please call me so that I can be able to connect with the counselor and help you. Alternatively, you can go to any Unisa offices, any regional office, anywhere at Unisa, and make an appointment, or the student counselor will be there to assist you. If they're not there, it's because they're in a meeting or maybe they're on leave, but most of the time they are there. So it's always better if you contact us through the online platform, because the person is available or not. But personally, you can also go to any Unisa office. We'll be there to assist you. Alternatively, most of the things that we do, we post them on our website. That's where it's www.unisa.ac.za/counseling. Whatever we do, and this is our website. You find a lot of information about planning your studies and about time management and about anxiety, depression, everything that we do in our directorate, you'll find it there. And lastly, most of the workshops that we do and whatever we do, we post them on our YouTube channel. And you can go to our YouTube channel. It's www.youtube.com/Unisa Careers. Whatever we do is we always post them there, and you'll find the recordings. And encourage you to go there. Lots of recordings that might help you to deal with whatever issues you are facing. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Vusi. We are at the end of our presentation.
Okay, so I'm at the end. Thank you very much. So I'll give you back to Lisa, and we'll try to manage some of the questions that you guys have. Our colleagues are already dealing with those questions, but over to you, Lisa. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We have unfortunately run out of time. We would have loved to spend more time with you today, but we hope it's not the last time that you will be talking to us, or that we will be talking to you. As Vusi has now shared all the different contact details, I've posted a screenshot of the different links and the email address that you can use to contact us. And just to re-emphasize that it's a free and confidential service. And maybe lastly from my side is that you need to be quite proactive in terms of your studies at Unisa. Dr. Kurisang did also talk about that aspect. So the same comes to you looking after yourself and getting the support that you need. So from us at the Counselling Career Development Directly, we wish you all the best for the rest of the week and also for your studies. And don't forget to check in. Thank you, Mr. Rashidi.
Thank you very much, Team DCCD, for that wonderful presentation. I think our students have been practicing taking notes even as you were presenting, taking stock of all of the important information you were sharing throughout your slot over here. And so we are going to move swiftly along to the next presentation. But maybe, let me just check. Let me see. Because my takeaways, one of them was taking ownership of my learning as a student. That's one of my takeaways from this presentation. So maybe I want to talk to someone just for 1 minute, just one student. If you can find a place where you can raise your hand, let me see if I can find a student that would like to speak to me. Let me give Kubeka. I see Kubeka is here. L. Kubeka. You can unmute yourself and let's hear your takeaways from today's session.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible there?
We can hear you, sir.
Wonderful. So my takeaways was that actually you shouldn't make notes in a passive way. There are much more simpler things to do when you want to make notes. Like, it's almost like what we used to call it in high school. We used to call it escambani, where you used to, like the previous presenter that he presented there, almost like a crib note of the sort. So it helps to retain information much better. So that was a very good onus that we got from the presenter. Then secondly, what we also got was that we should also take ownership of our education, because really now Unisa is an online school, and there's no lecturer on an everyday basis. It's just on their availability, if that is true. And actually we should take responsibility for our studies and not leave things to the last minute, as we know that the system might crash automatically. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for willing to share your takeaways from this past session. Okay, thank you very much. We are going to now get into the next segment. Again, there are two things that I saw on the chat. I saw that some of the students have not adhered to the request to not share their personal details. Please make sure that you avoid doing that. There's a great danger in you continuing to do so. You might not realize yet, so I'll keep saying it until you can hear the message that I am making to you. And then there was also a question about online classes. So in the college session, tomorrow, the 25th, and Wednesday to 26th, please tune in to those sessions to hear more about what your college, your lecturers have planned in terms of those online classes. Prof. Mahanu, in the introduction of the orientation week, did make mention that announcements will also be posted. But for more intimate information and engagement with the colleges, please do join your college sessions accordingly. And then the last one was the issue of the recordings of this session. I did say at the beginning that we will post them on the orientation website, but of course, where you found a link to join this session on Teams, or if you are currently on YouTube, or you are at a region joining us in the venues, or you have joined one of these sessions either on MS Teams or YouTube, you should still be able to access the recording from any of those options on YouTube link. So the recording will automatically remain there. While you are joining us online now on MS Teams, while you are joining us live on YouTube, the same links will give you access to the recordings, just as an additional information for yourselves there. All right, Miss Leonie van der Linde is from the Directorate Application and Admission and Registration Department. She is coming to represent the DSAR, and she is ready, I can tell. And it's over to you, ma'am. Let's hear what you have planned for our students. Over to you.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm from the Directorate Student Admissions and Registrations. So we are responsible for applications and registrations for the students for the year. For my topics that I'm going to cover today is talking about applications, pre-registration, students who are re-registering, normal registration, how to choose your modules, how to engage with your curriculum, admission and readmission rules, and then some forms regarding registration that I've seen some queries on in the chat already, study pack delivery options, what happens after registrations, and some of the frequently asked questions that we receive in DSAR. Then for applications are open during specific application time, so you can't just apply throughout the year. We normally will have a next round of applications in April if there are still spaces available for second semester registrations. And our big application period is, of course, in August, September, when we have the most applications that we receive. And just so that you understand the volumes that we are dealing with, we receive in excess of 2 million applications annually. So please bear with us if we take a bit of time to process all of those applications. Also, while we look at applications, you can only register for a qualification if you've actually received an offer and you have accepted that offer. So just receiving the offer doesn't mean that you will be able to register. You actually have to accept that offer online. And if we recheck your admission requirements, because unfortunately we do have some students who, what's the term I heard, who are economical with the truth when they apply, then we have the right to go and withdraw that offer that we made towards you and make an offer to students who are on our waiting list. And then, of course, registration, you could apply it. And then for now, registration has been extended for first semester modules until the 28th of February. So if you haven't made your minimum payment yet, please do so. You now still have some days left to do so. And for those of you who are registering year modules, the closing date for that payment is the 31st of March. But the sooner you do make that payment, the sooner you have access to your study material, the sooner you can start engaging. And we've just heard very clearly where we've been informed that procrastination is the biggest form of self-failure. So please don't procrastinate. So when we do that, it's only during the relevant year. But if you find, okay, I've been doing this qualification, I no longer want to do it, you can't just come and register for the new qualification. You have to reapply for the new qualification. You have to receive an offer and you have to accept the offer before you can register for the new qualification. Then if you want to cancel your registration or part thereof, you can do so via my Unisa. Under my admin, there is a link that you can follow that you can cancel either a module or a qualification. But we urge you to please make sure that you understand the cancellation dates. What I mean is that if you cancel before a certain date, you can get either a full refund or a partial refund, or if you cancel after a certain date, you don't get any refund whatsoever. And I also just have to tell you is that the moment that exam admission has run, we do not cancel any module. So unfortunately, that module will then receive a fail result. So if you plan to cancel, again, don't procrastinate, cancel in time so that you don't accrue unnecessary debt or miss exam deadlines. Then once you are ready to submit your registration, please take note of our rules. All of the slides I know are being shared, but all of these blue letterings actually gives you a link to a specific page on our website. So take note of the maximum period in which to complete your qualification. So for example, if you are studying for a 4-year, a 120 credit qualification, you have 4 years, a 240 credit qualification, you have 6 years, and so forth. So you do have those options available to you if you are registering. So also, you can calculate your study fees by going to the finance website. You can also request a quotation. It is available. You can also look at the Unisa rules. Please be aware that once you submit your registration, on the very last page, you do actually say that I have read and understand the rules of the institution. Make sure that you actually engage with those rules and that you make the minimum registration payment. Then how do I choose my modules? So our curriculums that Unisa offer are structured, and we urge students when you do register online, there is an option. You can either list your modules alphabetically, and that we are saying don't do that. So list your modules per level, because on each level there are some co-requisites and there are some prerequisites. And if you don't register the qualification per level, you might come to your final year and realize, oh, there's a module you can't register because you still haven't passed the prerequisite. So make sure choose it per level, complete all the modules you need to the first level, then move on to the second level to register your modules. So when you look at the modules, we can get modules that we call co-requisites. In other words, these modules need to be registered concurrently. And then we get modules that are called prerequisites. That means that module A needs to be passed before you can register module B. If you are attempting to submit a module for which you have not yet passed the prerequisite module, then your registration will not be programmatically activated and it will require someone in the back office to look at it. And it might mean that we do not register that module because you don't meet the requirements of that module. We also say that you cannot register in excess of the maximum number of modules for an academic year or a semester. So if you are registered for semester modules, that is 5 modules, which will accrue to 60 credits. If you are registering for year modules, it's 10 modules in an academic year, which will mean that you can register a maximum of 120 credits in an academic year. So this maximum credits does not include supplementaries or aggregate exams that are still pending from previous year, but it does include if you are also concurrently registering for NDP or non-degree purpose, then you will also not be able to register for more than the maximum of 10 modules. So if you register 2 NDP modules, it means you can only register for 8 modules in your degree. Also, when we look at the selection of your modules, look at the link on how to manage your studies. Look at your exam timetable, look at any transitional arrangements that are valid for your qualification, as these could have an impact. If you are registering for modules where the exam date is either the same day or the next day, then you already know that you might experience a problem during the exam period. So please make sure that you engage with these links so that you can see where your exams are, that you can see if there's any transitional arrangements that you need to be aware of. And as was just shared, make sure that you are able to manage your studies, that you create a program for yourself that you can follow. Then what is a curriculum? A curriculum is how the qualification is put together, how the modules are put together, the module names and the module codes. So make sure that you understand what your curriculum is, which modules you are doing. And of course, like was just said by DCCD, make sure you understand whether your exam is going to be a portfolio, whether it's going to be an essay that you need to write, whether it's continuous assessments. Make sure you understand what is required for each of your modules. Also make sure that you know how the curriculum is put together. For example, for a 4-year qualification, a 4-year qualification means that you will be able to complete at an NQF level 7. If you have completed a 3-year NQF level 7 followed by an honors, which will be the 4th year, then that honors qualification is an NQF level 8. Or be aware that a 4-year bachelor qualification is normally a professional qualification, and that's why it is still an NQF level 7, even though it's a 4-year qualification. Then our qualifications require a certain combination of modules. So for example, you will have 8 to 10 modules of 12 credits each at NQF level 5. You will have again 10 to 12 modules at NQF level 6 and 10 to 12 modules at NQF level 7 or NQF level 8, so that not all of the modules will be at NQF level 5 and not all of the modules will be at NQF level 6. You will also find when we talk about prerequisites is that an NQF level 5 module could be a prerequisite for an NQF level 6 module. So be aware of that when you register and select your modules going forward. Then at each level of a module, it differs. So an NQF level 5 module is not at the same content level or difficulty level than an NQF level 6 module, and the same going from an NQF level 7 to an NQF level 8 module. So be aware that as NQF levels increase, so does the difficulty level and the complexity level of the module that you are studying. So please look at your curriculum. I would urge you to download your curriculum from the web, like Prof. Mahano said earlier. Print out your curriculum, tick which modules you have registered, tick which modules you have passed, read the rules of each level of the qualification, read the rules for each group within a level. If the group says select one module, make sure you only select one module from that group. So take responsibility and ownership of your qualification that you are registered for. Then, as I just shared with you from our website, so you can see all of this information is clearly displayed in our website, there are certain admission rules that are not the prerogative of the institution to set. These are minimum standards, and each student has to comply with these minimum standards in order to be admitted. For example, to be admitted into a bachelor qualification, a student needs to have bachelor admission in the senior certificate and so forth. So there are standard admission requirements that we have to comply with when we register. Then readmission. We will have some students who are precluded from continuing with their studies. And this is where we talk about your academic progress. Either you have taken too long to complete your qualification, as you've seen now that you have a maximum period in which to complete your qualification, or we have found that you are not progressing academically like you should to meet the maximum period in which to complete your qualification. So a student might be phased out. If a student is phased out, we require from that student to do a short learning program or a certificate program at NQF level 4 or 5, and the student needs to pass at least 48 credits in that qualification in order to be considered for readmission. But I want to urge you, if you see that you are not going to complete your qualification within the maximum period, you'll need to ask special permission from the dean of the college to exceed that maximum period. So select your modules, plan your studies, work out a study program for yourself so that you are able to achieve it. Do not think if a module is a year module, I have a lot of time in which to do the work. Many of the year modules are continuous assessments, which require you to submit assignments regularly. So that could be once every 2 weeks, it could be once a month, and there could be some other requirements. So please read your tutorial letters. They could say that you need to submit at least 8 of the 10 assignments, or it could say that you need to submit all of the assignments. And then if you do not submit all of the assignments, irrespective of whether you have done well in the other assignments, please note that it could mean that you fail the module. So make sure that you understand what is the requirement for each of the modules so that you can meet them. And I would like to urge you that if you find that 10 modules or 5 modules is too many for you to cope with, reduce the number of modules that you are registered for so that you are able to complete your qualification successfully. Then registration related forms. Please note, we do not accept faxed or emailed forms. Everything is online on my Unisa under the My Admin tab. So I've seen in the chat there were queries about how can I add a module? Do I need to go into the campus to add a module? You don't need to go into campus. You log on to my Unisa, you go to My Admin, there is a link where you can add modules going forward. And for students who are registered for semester modules and who have registered only the first semester modules, please, when you go for second semester, you will not register for second semester, you will add modules for the second semester, and then you will also go to my Unisa during the second semester registration period to add your second semester modules when you do submit them. You can cancel your registration, either your full registration, or you can cancel some modules via the My Unisa My Admin tab. You can do a lot of things on that My Admin tab. You can update your contact details. You can amend your names if you should have gotten married. But please, when you do that, we require you to submit a marriage certificate, or ladies, if you go back to your maiden name, you must do that as well. Submit a divorce decree indicating that you are reverting back to your maiden surname. And the reason for this is whatever name is on our system will be the name that prints on your degree certificate. So make sure even in level 1 that your names are spelled correctly, that we've got your correct names, so that when you get that final degree certificate that it's in your correct names, because remember, that is your one and only document that you're going to hang on your wall, that is your pride. Make sure that it is correct. Then after the registration, once you've confirmed your registration, make use of Unisa's portals. You will be able, once your registration is fully activated, in other words, you have paid the minimum fee, you will be able to access all of your study materials via the online portal on My Unisa, where you will be able to get the list of your assignments, you will be able to get your tutorial letters, you will be able to get all of the additional information you need for your studies. And that means that you need to claim your My Life email immediately. You need to activate your registration on My Unisa immediately, because you will fall behind if you do not do so. So please register on My Unisa. It's actually the first thing you need to do once your registration is activated. Then study pack delivery options. We only have 2 options. We no longer deliver any study material via the South African Post Office. You can get it either from a counter, but you need to indicate that you want to receive your study materials at a counter. And as you can see, it is not available at every single Unisa office, but there are some Unisa offices where this is available. So your study material will be packed, it will be sent to that campus, and then you can go to the campus to their dispatched counter, and you can collect your study material there. You can send someone to collect it on your behalf, but please note you need to be able to identify who you or your representative are when they come and collect your study materials, so that we are aware that your study material has been collected and that you know that it has been collected. So once your study material has been dispatched from our central stores to the region where you've office where you've indicated you will collect them, you will receive an SMS to indicate that the study material is there. And when you go and collect them, you need to bring your student number as well as a copy of that confirmation SMS so that we know that you were in fact informed to come and collect your study material. Another option is that we can deliver your study material via courier. But for that to happen, we need to make sure, or you need to make sure that we have your correct address on our system, that we have a correct and valid cell phone number on the system, because for those of you who have received packages via courier, they call you to say, I'm at your gate, we are here to deliver your package, please come and collect your package. So we also deliver via courier service, but please make sure that the courier is able to reach you or your representative, because every year we received quite a high volume of packages back where students are not at the address where they've said they are at. So make sure we've got your correct address on our system so that you are able to receive this information. But irrespective of whether you've indicated you want to receive your material at the counter or via courier, the material will always be available on My Unisa for you to download and to engage with. Then post-registration, you can go onto our webpage. Let me just open it for you here so that you can see Unisa's banking details on our website. So you can go and find out exactly how whether your payment is done correctly. You can see, for example, when you make a payment, there are certain numbers that you need to indicate after your student number. So you will put your student number, a space, and then the relevant reference number. So if you've made a payment to our account, but it doesn't reflect, go check what reference that I used. If you did not use your student number, we will not be able to allocate the funds to your account. So please make sure that you have picked the correct payment reference number when you do make payment. You can also get a quotation for your fees if you need to submit a quotation to a bursar or to the bank if you want to make a study loan. And then once you've made payment to Unisa, please allow 48 hours for that payment to reflect on our system, and that also depends on the bank. Internal banking reference, if you make a payment from different banks, it might take longer. If you make a payment internationally, it takes a lot longer. If you are using our same banker, then it is much quicker. And of course, if you do the payment with the correct reference, the system will automatically be able to allocate that to your student account so that we know we've got the correct student. Then we have some useful links if you have forgotten your student number, which we do get a lot of in DSAR. If you have forgotten your student number, when you log on to My Unisa, I'm just waiting for my system. It is just slightly slow to show you exactly where you can go and look. Oh, seems that network errors due to load shedding is really playing havoc on our system. Okay. All right, so if you've forgotten your student number, what you can see is here at the top right-hand corner of the My Unisa page, under the little orange blocks where they say to log in, you have a forgotten student number link there. So you can just click on this forgot my student number link and fill in the information so that you can get a reminder of what your student number is. So that is available on our system. You don't have to send an email. You don't have to call anybody. You can find it there. For study fee quotation, again, it's available on our website where you can go and click. You can type in the modules that you want and you can get a quotation for your studies that you want to get. So all of these are available on our website. You can also make an online payment where you go to the and enter your student number, and you can make the payment directly from your credit card, which is probably the safest way to do so that your funds can be allocated quicker. You can track your registration status to see where it's at. If you go to our track your registrations option, you can again type in your student number and it will tell you exactly where it is, where you are fully registered, whether it's still in progress, whether you are provisionally registered. So, and again, if you engage with your curriculum prior to registration, you will also be able to, your registration will go through much quicker. Then you can download your study material from My Unisa. You can also apply for exemption for modules that you have passed at other institutions. So you can look at the information on the web where we tell you exactly where you can apply, what documents you need to submit when you do apply, where do you need to submit these documents. And I want to urge you, when you want to find out something, go onto our web and check what is the relevant email address where they ask you to send an inquiry, and send your inquiry just to that email address. It will be attended to, but it might just take a little bit. But don't send it to the incorrect email address, because it needs to be attended to by the correct individuals. Then I want also to make you aware of some very important documents that students need to know. First one, it's the Student Disciplinary Code. It is available on My Unisa. And I'm also going to tell you is that you will get very familiar with this disciplinary code, especially Prof. Mohane talked about it, DCCD talked about it. If you are found guilty of plagiarism, or if you have been found guilty of exam irregularities, you will get very familiar with this disciplinary code very quickly. Please go read up on it, see what is causes for disciplinary action and what could be the outcome of a disciplinary action. And I also want to urge you is please don't, even if someone offers to write your exam on your behalf, please don't let them do that. If you are caught, some students are suspended for life, so they can no longer come back and continue with their studies. So please make sure that you know what our disciplinary code says. Also, there is guidelines for students and what they should do during a disciplinary hearing. You can go and read those. The most important rules, especially for application and registration, is the Unisa 2025 rules for students. Please read those rules. It does tell you exactly what we expect from you and what you can expect from us. We have the policy for copyright infringement or plagiarism, especially for students when you are submitting a research paper or you are busy with an essay. This is very important. You have heard talk about Turnitin, where we check whether there's any plagiarism in your document, whether you have done the correct referencing. All of that is available. There's a master's and doctoral policies and procedures for students who are busy with their master's or doctoral qualifications. And what is very important is that when you communicate with us is that you make use of your MyLife email account, because that is what we use to do to identify students, and we communicate with you that via that way as well, so that we know we're speaking to the correct student. And please, talking about speaking to the correct student, you are all available for the Protection of Personal Information Act, or POPIA. We really follow that very strictly. So please, that's one of the reasons why we communicate with you via your MyLife email account, because we accept that when we speak to you via your MyLife email account, we are speaking to you as an individual. We don't want to share your information to third party. Also, when you send someone to find something out for you at the counter, you need to write a letter and indicate, I give permission. But also, it's very difficult. Rather ask yourself, find out the information yourself. I don't know if any of you played the game telephone when you were small, where someone whispers in someone's ear and it goes from one person to the next. And by the time it gets to you, it's a completely different message than what the first person heard. Rather find out for yourself and get the correct information. Then Unisa's privacy statement is that we will never share your personal information with any outside parties. So We only use information for internal processes, or if we need to submit graduate details to the Department of Higher Education and Training. But we will not share it with a marketing firm or anything like that. We really are very concerned with that and make sure that we send the correct information through to everybody. And that is it for me. Thank you very much. I know I've gone through it quickly, but I know you will hear many of the information that I have shared with you. You will hear again and again from other presenters who will be presenting during this session. So thank you, Mr. Rashidi.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation, and I see students appreciating it as well. And I think a few things that you have mentioned. One about prerequisites and basically just printing out the entire curriculum so you can be able to tick off exactly what you have already registered for, what's next, and plan accordingly. I think that is very important. You also mentioned something about students having an option to reduce the load of modules that they may have registered upon realizing that they may have taken too many modules, so to say. And so I wanted to say on that point that students can go to their nearest campus to get advice in doing so, and that the colleagues from counseling and career development can also help them in reaching a decision there, depending on their work circumstances, that they could then be able to look at how many modules they can reduce the load to with the advice from the career development colleagues over there. So thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation, Ms. van der Linde. I have a few minutes to spare, but firstly, I must apologize to the students. There was a technical glitch. I think for a few seconds, we lost connectivity, but we were quickly back up and we were able to do the streaming once again. So apologies for that. And we appreciate that you are still here with us. I also was getting some indication that we've got a lot of students in the various campuses. There's an overflow, but I understand that students are getting support in terms of additional spaces that they can join us from. And we appreciate that you are hanging in there despite that. Now, I want to check something. Ms. van der Linde talked about going to my Unisa to make those updates and the changes and so on, making payments. But I want to check, do we have on this platform students who are registered but have not yet been to my Unisa? If you are fully registered and have paid the minimum fee allocated, can I see by just a way of hands? I want to entertain you and whatever issues you may be having so far. So those students who are raising their hands, they have registered, they have paid, but they have not been to my Unisa yet. All right, let me go. Student number 10 is Sekgopotso, or Sekgopotso is gone. Okay, let me give over to, sure, it keeps changing. Let me see. I don't know how to pronounce your name, A-N-I-T. I think you have your mic open for you to unmute yourself. The very first student on the list, please tell us your story about having registered and not having been able to get onto my Unisa yet.
All right, good day, sir. Good day to everyone. So basically, I sent through my registration money through a ATM. So I deposited it at the ATM physically. I have the proof of payments with me, but I haven't submitted those anywhere. So now I'm just not sure if they've got it or like what my status is. I did see that the previous ma'am that just did a presentation did notify us that we can track our registration process. So that's what I'm going to do after this.
Okay, great. I think we have heard you, and we appreciate having come online to share your story. I'm sure many other students may be affected, and I'm glad that the presentation has addressed part of that issue. Thank you very much. Mohaeji Lokota, let's hear your story. You can unmute yourself. Mohaeji. Okay, let's move to Samukelisiwe Mtembu. You can unmute yourself. I'm interested in hearing those who have registered but have not yet gotten to My Unisa, to access My Unisa. Over to you, Samukelisiwe.
Thank you so much. Good day, sir. Good day, everyone. My issue is I came straight to Unisa in Sunnyside. I did the registration there. I paid same time, same day there, and then I also claimed this My Life email. I've downloaded the app. So the problem that I'm having when I go to My Unisa and I put my student number and the password that they sent via SMS, it just says this guy's something user something, but it's just blank. I'll just try and do it again so I can tell you the exact thing that I see. And then the other issue is when I also try, because I've downloaded the app, the Unisa student app, when I try and track, they gave me this option to track the courier on how far is my study material. It just says the student number is not found or not recognized. So I'm really not sure what's really going on.
Okay. Thank you very much for those 2 points. Regarding the first, if you could maybe drop a screenshot of the error you are getting.
I'm just driving at the moment. That is my
yeah, no
issue.
problem. When you do
Yeah.
get a chance,
Yes.
and we are not done for the day,
Yeah.
please do so. Otherwise, the nearest on the website, there are contact details that you can reach out to the nearest colleagues in the center near you to get more assistance. Otherwise, you can email fye@unisa.ac.za just for that particular issue, so that we can be able to connect you with the relevant colleagues in the region. And of course, the second one, I would say that we will find out for you. My colleagues, I'm sure, have noted that. We'll reach out to the colleagues in that space and try and find out what the issue may be. And you will find all the answers in the info pack. Info pack is what all of you are going to receive by email, and it is also what you can find on the website from next week after the orientation week is over, where all of the questions that you are posing will have answers to you in a written form in the info pack. Okay, so thank you for that. Let me go to the last student. Thank you, ma'am. Tibatso Mutimele, over to you. Tibatso is gone. Remember, students, I'm looking for those who are having challenges accessing My Unisa after claiming their My Unisa account post their finalization of their registration. Precious, I think that's how I should pronounce it. Precious. You can unmute yourself, Precious. Okay, let's go to Faisy. Okay, all right. I think we are fine. For some reason, you're not able to unmute yourselves. Let me try one last time, Palesa.
Good morning, everyone.
If you can speak up, Palesa, we can hear you are speaking, but we are not able to make up what you are saying. If you can just speak up directly into the mic, please.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. My issue is when I go to my Unisa and I have to log into my I think it's my admin, and it wants my student number and my password. When I put in my student number and the password, it says invalid credentials, and this is after I've claimed my Unisa login and everything.
Okay, it is noted. Look in the chat. I have colleagues who are going to respond to your question in the chat just now. So if I can ask Mr. Rampe to assist in assigning someone to respond to that particular inquiry. Precious, I see you are back. Can we hear you?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good day, everyone. My issue is that I've paid the registration fee and I did the registration and it was confirmed that it was received. But when I tried to claim my live email account, I only get the password and I'm failing to log in. Sometimes it would say that my student number is incorrect or my password is incorrect.
Okay, that is also noted. Thank you very much. Mr. Pofolo, I think you might be having some answers to our students. Can I give you the platform, please?
Sorry, man, I'm from the region, Johannesburg office. There is a question in the room.
Okay, let's take one, just one.
You can speak,
yeah,
please.
They can come, yes.
Good day, my name is Sally and I'm struggling with logging in with my Unisa. I've recently been confirmed my registration after accepting an offer. So recently, my registration has been confirmed. So I tried logging into my Unisa. I tried signing up, and then I've had the same problem. It says my email is incorrect. I tried signing in with the email they gave me, but then it says it's incorrect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That is also noted. Okay, so you will get help, students, in the chat. Thank you very much for all of your questions. The most important thing I want to say is that you who are in the various regional centers are actually at the very right place at the moment. And those who are not, there are ways and means that you can reach out to the colleagues to get agent assistance. And between this session and the next session, we will try to get as much information for you on the chat so that you can be able to access it and get hold of someone who can assist you. But if you happen to be on campus today, please don't leave the campus without getting assistance from the colleagues over where you are. So I just wanted to get a sense of that because many of the students register and never get around to claiming their MyUnisa logins, and that means they are not able to participate in any activities. They can't log in, they can't download study materials, they can't do what Ms. van der Linde was saying earlier. And so it's important that you sort out the MyUnisa login issues and that colleagues in the regions are able to assist. There are ways and means, as I say, that you will find in the chat in the next while in terms of exactly what you need to do. If your challenge are related to what some of you have said or something else, we will be able to put some information in there to assist you to get started with your academic activities as quickly as possible. All right, thank you very much for engaging me on that particular item. Ms. van der Linde, I see you are still here. We've got a minute left before we take a break. I just wanted to just check if some of the questions that students asked may have triggered something in your space that you might want to maybe shed some light on, or you are covered as far as those questions are concerned.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm just still seeing personal information flooding the chat, and based on that, I just want to say is we do find a lot of false information circulating on social media. Please, if it is not shared on the Unisa website, it is not true. So also, if someone says, I can give you a space, pay me 200 or 300 Rand, and I guarantee you a space, please don't pay them. The application fee that you pay at application, that's the only fee you need to pay. You don't need to pay an offer acceptance fee. So please don't fall for that. And then just something that we have noted is we do appreciate all the WhatsApp groups that students are creating for their different qualifications. But please note each one's qualification is unique. And some of you have combinations of modules that are not shared by your fellow students. Make sure that you don't get waylaid based on communiques in these groups, as wonderful as they are and as useful as they are. Make sure that you still keep to your plan for your studies so that you can complete successfully. And that is it from my side. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask for the mics to be muted, for the chat to be muted. Unfortunately, students, if the pattern continues, we will not have any platform to ask questions and for you to get clarity on the questions you have, because some of you are not willing to assist us and assist everybody by not sharing their personal details in the chat. It is important. We acknowledge the need for you to engage and contact each other, but this is not the platform to do so. And so we otherwise will be left with no option but to turn off the chat, and that means you will not be able to engage with us on the chat. So for the time being, we're going to switch it off, and I hope that students are paying attention to this important message that I am sharing with you. All right, we're going to take a break for, let's say, 10 minutes. At 11:55, we will come back. I will start introducing the next session from 11:55 so that the session can start at 12 o'clock sharp. And that will be the second last session for the day. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if you are. Can I get a thumbs up just to see if you are still here? A thumbs up. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I want to go to Nelspruit. I don't know who's there. I want to go to Nelspruit. I want to speak to someone in Nelspruit. Can somebody help me in Nelspruit I want a student in Nelspruit that I can speak to. You can unmute yourself if you are there. Not? You can raise a hand so I can see which mic to unmute in Nelspruit at the campus. Maybe let's also go to Mafikeng. Just raise your hand in Mafikeng if you are there. I want Mthatha as well. For now, I want to speak to someone there while we're waiting for the 12 o'clock session to start. I only see one hand. I hope, but it looks like it's a student hand. I want the students in the venues in Nelspruit, Mafikeng, and Mthatha. No one. Okay. We'll do this part of the exercise next time. All right, I would like to introduce the next segment of the program. We are going to hear from Ms. Nasihat Dawood. She is the student success practitioner in the student retention unit, and she'll be telling you all about the first year experience program, and she will join us shortly. Yes, I can see she is ready, and she will be able to start shortly. So just hold on, Ms. Dawood, for a second. I want us to start at 12 exactly, and I want to hear someone. Okay, Katlego, please, if you can you? I want to hear your story as a first year student. I want to hear your journey, your choice of Unisa, your experience so far as a Unisa student. Katlego?
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I'm good. I've just registered in psychology, organizational and industrial. So, okay, I hear when you asking people here about my Unisa, mine is saying I can't go through because I think when I was registering, it prompted some message and it looked like I'm struggling to like choose between like my modules semester or yeah, because it's like I only chose I think 4 modules and then I don't think that went through successfully. So I would like help for that so that I can be able to proceed further with the other things.
Okay, so if I get it correctly, Katlego, you have registered for your 4 modules. You have paid. You are unable to do what after you have claimed your MyUnisa account?
From registering the modules, it's not going through from there. It's prompting a certain message and an error. I even downloaded a document that has those error code messages to say if it says test or if it says what you didn't choose this and that correctly. So I would like to get help from there. So I don't know if I can maybe tomorrow visit Sunny Side, because I'm not staying far from there. Like it's like I stay in Midrand.
Okay. I think Katleho will get you help online.
Okay.
Let me pick on Miss Bidla. I don't know if you are here, Miss Bidla. If you had the student question, there's an option obviously to get more help, but maybe there are other ways that the student can get help anyway without having to travel. Can I just pounce on you for some advice there?
Thank you, Mr. Rachidi. Can we please repeat the question?
Okay, I'll ask the student to put it in the chat. And,
Okay, thank you
his
so
name is
much.
Katleho, and you can be able to respond to him.
Not a
Okay,
problem.
thank you very much. Katleho, we will
Thanks a lot.
attend to you. All right, so colleagues and students, we are going to mute everyone. We are going to open the chat for everyone to now engage. And I'm hoping that you will be able to engage without putting up your personal information. Can we have the mics muted, colleagues, for everyone except the presenters? And we are handing over to Ms. Nasihat Dawood for the presentation on the first year experience program. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rashidi, and good afternoon, respected students. My name is Nasihat Ibrahim Dawood, and I'm a student success practitioner at the Student Retention Unit. Our mission at the SRU is simple yet powerful: to help every student succeed, no matter where they are in their academic journey. Now, students, take a deep breath and close your eyes. Now imagine you're standing at the foot of a mountain. The peak represents your dreams, your aspirations, and the successful completion of your studies. The path to the summit might seem daunting, filled with challenges and unknowns. But fear not, because you are not alone on this climb. Here at Unisa, we have a dedicated team and comprehensive support systems designed to ensure that you reach that peak. Let me introduce you to two pivotal aspects of the support system: the Student Retention Unit, which is short for SRU, and the First Year Experience, which is short for FYE, and this is housed under the SRU. At the Student Retention Unit, we are a small family of 5 under the leadership of Mr. Lakau Rachidi, which you are very familiar with from this morning. The SRU is dedicated to helping all students succeed. We understand that the road ahead might not be easy, but we are here to offer the resources and support that you need to keep moving forward. Now let us talk about the First Year Experience Program, or FYE. Think of the FYE program as a roadmap to help you through your stay at Unisa. The FYE program isn't just about surviving your first year, it's about thriving and laying a solid foundation for your entire academic journey. The First Year Experience program is one of the most important components of the SRU and comprises of a variety of services, resources, and support tools to help you gain the edge in your academic journey at Unisa. Today, we will be discussing some of the most important areas of the SRU's FYE program. The FYE website. How many of you have actually accessed the FYE website by show of thumbs? Let me see those thumbs up. How many of you have actually engaged with the FYE website? Congratulations! The FYE website is your one-stop support shop. The website can be accessed from the Unisa homepage or simply type FYE Unisa on Google. Simple, isn't it? To foster inclusivity at the university, the FYE website is available in the 11 official languages and houses important support tools and resources to aid your studies, as you can see on the left. Now, while we are on the FYE website, why not have a look at very useful web orientation? This orientation speaks directly to the nature of Unisa as an open distance education institution, and you are encouraged to work through it already. The SRU is all about making things simple and easy for you, our dear students. On the FYE website, under FYE videos, we have a whole collection of how-to videos which cover various aspects such as administrative assistance, technology, assessment, guidance, as well as other wonderful motivational videos to lift your spirit. See, I told you that the FYE website is your one-stop support shop. We now move on to the FYE 1500 course, something that I like to call a student's survival guide and an induction for every first-time entering student at Unisa. The FYE 1500 is automatically loaded onto my modules for all first-time entering students, and it is free of cost. Yes, it's mahala, it's free, you will not be charged for it. It is a zero credit module, but it is by far one of the important things that you will do as a student at Unisa. I say this because the FYE 1500 covers everything from getting to know my Unisa to understanding the different support services and departments that we have at Unisa. This course is really your entry point as a student at Unisa, as it guides you to kickstart your journey with us. For all those who have completed the FYE 1500, give yourself a round of applause. Well done. Let me see those round of applauses. Come on, who has completed the FYE 1500? Let me see all those round of applauses. Well done. Okay. So students, as many of you will attest, we have been working around the clock Monday to Sunday to respond to your FYE 1500 queries because you are important to us. For those students who are yet to complete the FYE 1500, let us go through some frequently asked questions which could assist you to complete your studies, or specifically the FYE 1500 course. Okay. As mentioned in the emails and communication that you have been receiving, the FYE 1500 course is due on the 2nd of March at midnight. Now, students, if you completed a few minutes after midnight, it's not a problem. You will not be penalized or affected negatively. Regarding the activities, you may have noticed this announcement on the course. While you can use a cell phone to complete the course, you will struggle with activity 3 and 4 due to the cell phone display. It is thus advised that you use a laptop or computer for activity 3 and 4. While we do understand that some of you do not have laptops as yet, you will not be negatively affected or penalized if you cannot access a computer or a laptop by the 2nd of March. However, your course completion percentage will not reflect as 100%, but it will reflect anywhere between 80 to 97%, which isn't an issue. Just a reminder, students, being at Unisa, being a student at Unisa, an open distance online institution, a laptop or computer or access to a laptop or computer is important so that you can successfully and easily complete all your academic tasks. Okay, I cannot find the FYE 1500 course. This course will be under my modules. Students, please, please, please ensure that you are completing the correct version of the course, which is FYE 1500 25 S1. That's the 2025 version, semester 1 version of the FYE 1500. It has come to my attention that many students are completing older versions of the course. So please ensure that you log onto My Modules. You will find a drop-down list of all the modules that you are registered for. Now, I'm not a student at Unisa, so that's why my module list looks like this, where it has to do with all the FYE 1500s. You will only complete the FYE 1500 25 semester 1 as shown in this picture. Okay. As mentioned, this is a 0 credit module. It's free of charge and there are no or exams or textbooks. This is a self-paced course and everything that you need is embedded on the course itself. Easy, isn't it? Okay, now we move on to academic integrity. This is important, students. The course itself is important, but I also noticed that many of you are experiencing some confusion or some technical difficulties with this section. Okay, so we are advertising and trying to promote and remind you to complete this important academic integrity course. That is why it is placed on the FYE 1500. However, it's not a prerequisite, meaning that if you don't complete FYE 1500, you can't complete academic integrity. These two courses have to be completed. They're not related to one another, though. So please keep that in mind. You may have noticed the notes on the FYE 1500 pertaining to academic integrity as the screenshot below shows. So because it is on the MOOC platform, it will not appear under the My Modules drop-down. Remember the slide before I showed you like this? The academic integrity will not appear on this drop-down arrow list because this is only for modules. Okay, the academic integrity is a course and it will be accessed via the MOOC platform. Okay, so students are looking for the academic integrity under the drop-down list. You will not find it there. Okay, if you are experiencing any issues or have any queries related to academic integrity, please contact mymodules22@unisa.ac.za. Okay, so you're going to follow the steps as outlined in the FYE 1500 to access the course. If you still can't access the course, you're going to contact mymodules22@unisa.ac.za. And if you still have any other issues, as Mr. Rashidi mentioned earlier in the program, on the Friday, the 28th of February, there will be an academic integrity section, and there you are free to ask all your questions. Okay. So how do you know that you completed with the FYE 1500 course? So if you are using a cell phone, you will see that it displays as 100% complete, as shown on the screenshot here. Okay, if you are using a laptop or computer, all these little progress circle bars, that will reach 100% and then it will have a little green tick. Now, important, orientation, numeracy, and My Support Hub do not have a progress bar, so you will not see any ticks or any percentages displayed there. However, the others will all show 100% or give you a green tick. So this is a screenshot from my view. You can see I haven't completed the course. That is why it's on 0% and the little bar or the circle is not doing anything. It's still on 0. Okay, hopefully yours do not look like this because you've already started with the FYE 1500. Okay, now remember what I said earlier about completing activity 3 and 4. Now, if you're using a cell phone, you may not be able to complete it. The words will be cut off in the activity and therefore you won't see 100% on your display. Hey. Now, students, you have done everything that I've mentioned, you've went through everything, and you're still experiencing some issues with the FYE 1500. Now what? Students, it is important that you use your My Life student email address to communicate with anyone at Unisa. Throughout your stay as a student at Unisa, you have to use your My Life email address when sending an email to anyone at Unisa. This is important as it is the formal communication method, as you would notice. It also has your student number, so therefore we can assist you directly because we have your identifying information. Now, when you send an email to anyone at Unisa, please be clear and give as much detail as possible in your emails so we can better understand and assist you. Where possible, a screenshot is very valuable so we can see what you are seeing on your side, and that will allow us to better guide and assist you. So the above tips relate to any email that you send to anyone at Unisa during your academic journey at Unisa. However, students, for FYE 1500 queries and FYE 1500 queries only, you may contact me on my email address. Please, students, my email address is for FYE 1500 related queries only. After you complete the FYE 1500, be on the lookout next week and during the first week of March for this exciting tool that we have put together. This important resource is called the Assignment Navigator, which is almost like a little directory which assists you with common issues that students in the past and students like yourself may face during the assessment period. So this will be sent to your MyLife email address and it will also be posted on the FYE 1500 module site. So please download this file and keep it safe so you always have a little directory for yourself. Okay, regarding research, at Unisa, your well-being is of utmost importance. Much care and consideration is taken in designing programs that will aid you as our students in navigating their way through university. Our team at the SRU and many others at the university engage in research to strengthen our support processes. So please do help us to help you by participating when we send out requests to your MyLife email for research participation in the form of short feedback and surveys. The SRU has a designated mailbox that will allow you to reach out, and we try our best to assist you or refer you to someone who can assist you with your queries. Please feel free to contact us on fye@unisa.ac.za. fye@unisa.ac.za. Okay, who can tell me what does FYE stand for? First year experience. Good. Okay. Every student has the potential to succeed. And we are committed to providing you with the tools and resources and support that you need to turn potential into reality. As you stand at the foot of this mountain on this incredible journey, remember that we are here to support you through every step of the way, no matter where you are. And yes, everything is free of cost. Gratis, mahala. Together, let us make your time at Unisa not only about earning a degree, but about enriching your life and shaping your future. Let us climb this mountain together and reach new heights. It is not the mountain that we conquer, but it is ourselves. Thank you and welcome to Africa's largest open distance education institution. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dawood. I see the students are appreciating your presentation, and I also want to do the same. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few input that students are making in the chat, and I'd like Ms. Dawood just for you to indulge us a little bit. I see students are still unsure about the difference between the FYE 1500 and the academic integrity, number one, in terms of the due date, and number two, in terms of whether it is the same cost. I know that some of the students have done academic integrity without having to go through the FYE 1500, But those who have done it, who have accessed the academic integrity course through the FY 1500, do they also, is that the same course as the other? I think there's a little bit of confusion, and I think you are much more capable of clarifying that for our dear students. Over to you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Rashidi, and thank you so much, students. Okay, so as a student, you're coming into Unisa. Now you need to do two important courses. The one being the FYE 1500 and the one being the Academic Integrity MOOC. So the FYE 1500 would be found under My Modules, as I shown you in the screenshot. So you're going to go under My Modules and you're going to look for FYE 1500 25 S1. You're going to do that. You're going to see a little tile that says Academic Integrity. So that is just a little reminder to say, hey, student, you have to do two courses. You are doing the FYE 1500, but don't forget to do the Academic Integrity course. Under that section of Academic Integrity, you will see little steps to guide you on how to access that. Remember, Academic Integrity will be found on the MOOC platform. So there are steps to go, and then you would click on it and it will show you, okay, go here, and then you would complete the Academic Integrity MOOC. So to answer your question, these are not the same courses. You need to do two courses, one being the FYE 1500 course, one being the Academic Integrity course. We are reminding you on the FYE 1500 course to say, hey, just a little heads up, please complete the Academic Integrity. So the confusion lies here where students feel like, oh, maybe it's joint, maybe it's related. No, it's not. It's two different courses that you need to do. One will be found under My Modules, one will be found under the MOOC platform. If you completed the Academic Integrity course, well done. If you completed the FYE 1500 course, well done. But to get a bigger well done, you need to complete both courses. Okay, students, so I hope that clears the confusion, Mr. Rachidi. But if students are still having any issues or any confusion, please contact me. Regarding Academic Integrity, please contact My Modules 22 at unisa.ac.za and try to complete it as soon as possible. The sooner you complete both courses, the better. The due date for FYE 1500 is the 2nd of March. I'm not too sure when the Academic Integrity course is due, but let's put it this way. Let's make both due on the 2nd of March for your own benefit, students, because once you do these little courses, you can then focus on your other academic courses and your other registered modules. So let's do this because these are two very important courses. That is why we allowed the weekend so that you can spend some time and invest in your studies, okay? So yeah, I hope that helps, and I will be answering questions in the chat, and you do have my details to contact me should you require any assistance with FYE 1500. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I let you go, though, I know and I've seen in the chat that you have posted a self-enrollment link. Well, I think it is, but please just talk the students through that option should all else fail.
Perfect. Okay, so students, many of you, actually majority of you have already received an email with the self-enrollment link. So we've automatically linked you to the course, but we've also sent you a self-enrollment link, which is the same link that I posted in the chat to say that suppose you can't find it or suppose it's not appearing on your My Modules drop-down list, just click on this link. It will take you to My Modules. You will sign in with your details on My Modules, and then the FYE 1500 25 S1 would appear, and then you can complete the course. Okay, so please use that link. However, for those students that are at and for those students that are, watching via YouTube, you obviously don't have access to the link which I posted on the chat on MS Teams. Okay, students. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. But yeah, you may not have access to the link. So then you could contact me and I would assist you with the link. So you have until Sunday at midnight. So let us try to complete both courses by Sunday for your own benefit. Remember, you do not have direct access to the academic integrity course. You have to go via the MOOC platform. Yeah. So please try that. I see another question that says that if your registration hasn't been finalized, you could still do the academic integrity course because it is on the MOOC platform. However, you have to be a registered student, completely registered student for you to access the FYE 1500 because it is on the My Modules platform. So if you're not registered as yet, you could send me an email and we could link you when you are registered, and we'd give you some time to do that. So it's not a train smash, because at the end of the day, it's not about deadlines and trying to be hard on you. It's about making sure that you get everything that you need to build your foundation before you go and run that race with your academics. So we are going to make provisions where needed. That is why we allowed those students that do not have a laptop as yet to be preliminary excused from activity 3 and 4. There's only 2 activities in the FYE 1500 course. That's activity 3 and activity 4. If you're seeing other activities, you're on the wrong version of the FYE 1500. So please ensure that you use the link that I've sent or reach out by the designated time. Please don't message me at midnight on the 2nd of March because I don't know what you're going to do then. But please let us try to work through it by this week, and I'm happy to assist you up until Saturday. Let's put it that way, okay? All the best, students. Is there anything else, Mr. Chidi?
No, I think the rest students will get feedback on what they are posting in the chat from myself, and I think we are sorted for now. All right, thank you very much for your presentation and for engaging with the student inquiries in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to move on to something. I've got some exciting news to share with you. But before then, I want to entertain a few hands because we have a little bit of time. And I hope that those hands are in relation to the presentation that has just been delivered now, so that we don't digress too much. We might not have other colleagues presenting who presented still available. So I'm only going to take questions. At least let's just take 3, and we will deal with the FYE and the academic integrity course. Ria, I think you are first on the list. Can I give you the opportunity to ask or make comment? Ria, can unmute yourself. Okay, Ria is gone. Luvuyo. Someone else has unmuted themselves. Luvuyo.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Mr. Tabeni.
How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. Over to you.
I was wondering if you could assist me with encyclopedia course.
Yes, what about it, sir?
I'm struggling to access it.
Okay, there are 2 ways to access it. One is that you can go through it in the FYE 1500. If you check under My Modules, you should have access to it. If not, there's a link in the chat that will take you to the FYE 1500. That's one way. The other is that you can go to mooc.unisa.ac.za and be able to access it from there. But all that information is already put up in the chat. That good, sir?
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm fine by now.
Great. Wiketlo? Ketlo. Okay, let's go to O Moraile. Yes, we can hear you.
I was asking about the why is it
You are breaking a little bit. Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry, Mr. Moraile, we are really battling to hear you. If you can just maybe put your question in the chat because the audio is not coming through at all. I'm sorry about that. Let's take the last student, Pumzile.
Greetings, everyone.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Can you please provide clarity on this? Is this for the FYE 1500? Is it for first year student or for returning student? Because on my site, I once studied at Unisa. It's 2015 back then. So I just registered now for the LLP. So I didn't find when I go to the link that they've sent on the chat, it says to me, no enrollment required. No enrollment key required, something like that. So can you please, I'm confused.
Okay.
Do I have to enroll myself or I'm not supposed to do it because I did complete the integrity course beside this one?
Okay, thank you very much and congrats for completing the academic integrity course. Ms. Dawood will come onto the platform shortly and address your question about whether or not you are required to do it, even if you are not a brand new student. So
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rashidi. Okay, so 2015 is a bit long. So if you are still familiar with the processes and you really are fluent in that, please send me an email and I can excuse you from the FYE 1500. However, it's always nice to have a little refresher of what we have to offer, all our support departments and what you can use as a student. And we also have a cybersecurity section that is new on the FYE 1500, which would really help you to protect yourself both personally and academically. And that is one of the reasons why we don't like sharing details on the chat, students. Please do not share your details because that is part of cybersecurity as well. So to answer your question, it is advised that you do complete it. When you click on it, it says no enrollment key required because there's nothing that you need to do besides just press enroll me and it would automatically enroll you and you can complete the course. So yeah, it is advised that you do complete it just as a nice refresher. However, if you've completed another version of the FYE 1500, maybe last year, like I've mentioned, last year didn't have the cybersecurity. So you could maybe also pop me an email and I could just let you do the cybersecurity. But then again, it's always good to have a nice reminder and a refresher. But yeah, for students that are returning and who have completed the FYE 1500, we can work something out. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Let's take the very last. Thanks, Pumzile. Natalie.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I just wanted to ask what a reasonable turnaround time would be for a response to an email, because I was registered relatively quickly, and I know that there were students who were struggling to register. And obviously, I'm sure this time of the year it's extremely chaotic on campus because there's so much going on. But I sent an email on the 5th because I couldn't actually get to the FYE 1500 course and I still haven't received a response. So in those situations, what is a reasonable fair turnaround time to receive a response? And if you're not receiving responses from support services, what would you suggest the next step is? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Is it Temba? We are closing off, or Tembisile, sorry. we're closing off this round with Tembisile. Your question is noted, Natalie. We will get the response shortly from Ms. Daud. Tembisile? Tembisile, you can unmute yourself. All right, let's give Duduetsang an opportunity to raise a question or make a comment.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Yes, we are fine. Thank you, sir. You can go ahead.
I just want to know, I'm registered, but my registration is not yet final. So, I just want to know how can I enroll on the integrity course?
Okay. All right, thank you for your question, sir. So your registration is not yet finalized. We note that you will not be able to do the FYE 1500 as yet, but definitely you can already do the academic integrity course. If you check on the chat, you'll be able to see the link to mooc.unisa.ac.za. That's where you're going to find the academic integrity course for you to do in the meantime. So I think that will take care of that particular question. Ms. Daud, would you like to come in and address any of these matters?
No, nothing, sir. I am active on the chat, but I just want to make an announcement that the FYE 1500 is due on the 2nd of March and the academic integrity is due on the 30th of March. The FYE 1500 is a module and the academic integrity is on the MOOC platform. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So Natalie, because Ms. Daud had said that you can email her directly for matters relating to FYE 1500. So please do that. Otherwise, you can reach out to me if maybe for many reasons you are not getting assistance there, because there are just a lot of inquiries that sometimes it's difficult to give a short notice reply, so to say. And so you have her email and you would have mine, and I think we should be able to get back to you promptly. All right, so we have like 7 or so minutes left of this section, and I want to tell you something. An announcement. Probably it's not the first time you're hearing about it, but for those of you who will be interested, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that we are, for the first time, introducing the student debate series. Yes, student debate series. We have compiled a list of 10 hot topics, and we are asking students to help us in determining which topic we will what is the English word? We will use in the launch of the student debate series, which is taking place in April. And so in the chat, if you check in the next minute or two, you will find a link that you can help us to rank the first on the list will be what you say is the most topical issue that you are most interested in, either to hear more about or that you want to participate as a debater and things like that. So we are already at about 2,600 students having indicated what topics they would like to hear more about. Some of them have already indicated they would like to participate and make some arguments for and against, depending on those particular topics. Those topics are crafted in such a way that they speak to your journey here at Unisa. So it's nothing abstract, nothing unrelated to your life as a Unisa student. And so we'd really like to invite you to participate by completing that short form. It won't take you more than 2 minutes. and you'll hear from us as the days and weeks go by, where we are going to have a launch of the student debate series. We're going to have a big launch in the last week of April, and we are going to invite students on campus to make the event as colorful as possible, have prizes given to students for their participation and everything else that goes with the festivities of such an event. And so we are inviting you to at least help us now in determining which topics are of interest to you, so that we can be able to make sure that your choice of topic is the one that will feature in the launch in April sometime. So we'll make announcements. So look out for for more information on the SRU website, the FYE website. So we're going to have a dedicated page on the FYE website that's going to tell you everything you need to know, that is going to have templates for those who want to debate, some guidelines on how the debate is going to happen, and so. Can I see some love for this announcement? I'm not forcing it, but I'm just hoping that this becomes a co-curricular activity that students will enjoy. Many of you would have had opportunities to participate in this in previous settings where you used to be. All right, so we are early for the next session, but I want to take this opportunity so I don't keep you unnecessarily long. We can knock off earlier. So I want to check Mr. David Hapstad, if you are ready.
Hi, Lakau. Yes, I'm ready to go.
You are. Okay. All right. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to ask the students to look in the chat. Mr. Lucas Rampe is going to post some information, some links about skills development. There are various interventions that the regions have that will help you to upgrade, upskill yourself in the digital literacy space. I'm sure by now it is very clear and evident that you need technology in order to actively participate in all the academic activities, in all support activities, as it were. And so your skills on how to do this, on how to do that, is going to be important. So as Mr. David Hapstad is coming onto the platform, he is going to share a bouquet of digital support programs that they have from the Academic Development Open Virtual Hub. But I'm also saying that in the chat, you will find links where you can book yourself a session with the digital learning advisors across the country, so that you can be able to attend some of these important interventions. You are going to need to make use of those skills for one or other activity, whether it is just to join, like you have managed to do so on Teams. Maybe you are going to need to save your assignments safe on the cloud somewhere. Maybe you're going to need to type out your assignment. All of those are important activities. And so if you are lacking in terms of skills to do this or the other, please do book yourself those sessions. Sometimes we think that you don't need some kind of support. And what I could advise you to do is take it up and only make that decision after you have gone through the program, for you to say, yeah, no, at least now I know that what I thought I knew is indeed true. I know enough that I can go on my own. But if you do not engage and do not participate, you do not take up these opportunities, you might end up missing opportunities to upskill yourself so that you do not struggle in the many areas that will require your online skills to be at a particular level. And so I urge you, all of you, to please take up all the opportunities that we are giving you, because we know that they are important for you, particularly as a first year student. All right, so Mr. Hubstadt, I'm sure you are ready. We are ready for you. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Hubstadt to the platform, and over to you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rachidi, and good, where are we now? Afternoon, everyone. Oh, wow, it's already the afternoon. All right, I'm David Hopstad. I'm part of the ADOF team. I'm instructional designer. So I see some of you guys were saying, do we play Minecraft? Yeah, I'm going to show you a little bit later about Minecraft. So we might just shock you today. All right, so guys, I'm going to be speaking about the Student Digital Resilience Program. So we are DHET funded. In other words, we get money from government. And then we go and develop courses, and we go and find what do students need, what can help students, so that you guys can obviously enjoy our programs and learn new skills and get involved in different elements. The nice thing about our work is, guys, we are open source. So in other words, we are open to the community. So it goes beyond just being a Unisa student. So a lot of the stuff I'm going to share with you, you can actually go and share with anybody and everybody, because it's open to everybody as well. So that's the really cool thing. All right, our Student Skills Hub, guys. It's quite a lot of things that we're doing, but for the next 3 years, these are the 6 or 5 main topics that we are going to be focusing on. So basic skills for my modules. So we do have a module there that allows us to pretty much to show you the basics of my modules. But of course, if you do need more assistance, or you would like to go to a computer lab in the campus, then that's also open to you. So it's just a nice platform where you can actually find information. But again, go see if there is training that's been done online or at the campuses, so that you can really enhance your skills, because that's critical when you join Unisa for the first time. Where do you find your announcements, your study materials, all that type of thing? And I'm going to go a little bit detail of that as we go along. Then we've got another course that we offer, is basic skills on online exams. Now that one is very, very important, and you'll see a little bit later why and what we cover in there. Then we've got a very interesting option here, HerTech series, guys. This is actually for the ladies, and it's really about Igniting Women's Digital Future series. You might know, but a very high percentage of the students at Unisa are now female. So this is really to help ladies out there to sort of bridge the gap between how boys are with their being curiosity and teaching you skills of troubleshooting and figuring things out. And of course, that's changed with time, but I'll delve into that one as well. Then, of course, we do the African Artificial Intelligence Masterclass. I'm sure most of you guys are already using AI in some form or another. So there we go and teach you basically all the things you can do, all the free stuff you can actually do with AI, so that it can enhance your studies. But I'll also go into that one. Then we've also got the Mobile Learning Masterclass. We just had a training session this last Saturday in the Joburg campus, and it was jam-packed. You guys were coming in numbers, and it was quite interesting to see how much stuff you already know about mobile learning. So yeah, these are the basic 5 courses that you would engage with for the next 3 years, but there are many other courses that I'll also show you. So how do we get to the ADOF portal? So that's the first step. All right, so what you can do, here's just an example. Please go to adof.unisa.ac.za. So we'll probably publish this in the chat as well, so you guys don't need to remember it out hand, but it's quite easy to remember. Or you can just go to bit.ly/adof. So either one is fine. You'll find the course that you want to self-enroll for. You'll click on the little banner, or the little button, and then you will be able then to self-enroll yourself. So what would happen then is you would see something like this popping up. So once you've clicked on it, you'll see sort of a description. You'll see an enroll me or continue button. You just click on it and it takes you straight to the course. So if you do have a laptop and you've got a smartphone, then you can just use the QR code and you can scan it in that way as well. These courses are mobile sensitive, so you should be able to use your mobile device. Okay. So logging in, it uses exactly the same method as my modules and my Unisa. Your MyLife email account, you type in your network password, and the system will let you in. So it's not a problem, nice and easy. The nice thing is you can log into both and it remembers where you are. So that's that there. Just to remind you guys, it's adov.unisa.ac.za, or you can use bit.ly/adov. All right. So I hope you guys have got that. Don't want to go too fast because I know you might be writing this down or quickly doing a screen grab. So yeah, that's quite important that you have these skills. But I must say, based on what I saw in Joburg on Saturday, this new generation colleagues that's coming in is very, very sharp. They've got very good technical skills. I was super impressed with these young people. They really showed us what they know. Okay, the first one, the basic skills in using my modules. Now, of course, when you get to Unisa, guys, the first thing I'm going to tell you is there's no time to waste. You seriously do not have any time to waste. We're almost in March, put it that way. So this module is critical. So if you haven't attended training yet, or you don't know how to use my Unisa, this is the first one you need to get on today. All right, won't take you long, maybe an hour maximum. You can work through it. We teach you guys how to log into my Unisa, how to find your modules, what is a drop-down list where you can see your modules, that's important. How to see your student profile, very important. Remember, with your student profile, guys, you do need to upload a nice picture of yourself because the exams are going to want it at some point in the future. So you can just as well do it now. We give you the steps so you can actually upload your profile picture. So yeah, so don't worry about the makeup and the hairdos and all those things, guys. A nice, just normal picture. You're beautiful anyway. Just take a nice picture of yourself. But we do explain it in there. Then how to access the module's content. So that's very important. Things like I'm doing a signature course. Now they told me there's a group site. How do I access the group site? That's the typical question newbies are going to be asking. So yes, we will show you in the course how to actually access it. Just remember, it's actually in the same place you access all your modules. Sometimes you get that SMS before you actually see it on my Unisa. That does happen quite often. So if you see, I need to connect to my module and there's a group site and you go and you don't see it, just give them a few days because it's probably still coming up. Okay, so don't panic about that. How do I see my prescribed books? So yes, we show you how to do that as well. Importantly, your study material is already available to you. So if you've registered, you can start downloading your tutorial 101 or 101, and please work through that tutorial letter because it's really going to tell you everything you need to know, contact details of your lecturers or the module, all that type of information is already there. I know now some of the modules like SJD 1501 or EUP 1501, I know those are signature modules, and sometimes they take a little bit longer because they need to create a group site. But if you read your tutorial 101, then you know what will be coming up. Then those ones you just continue with the materials that you can study with. Please check your announcements. So that's the next thing. Please make sure that you can access, if you've got a really cool smartphone, and it's got Outlook on, please make sure your My Life is connected there. Reason being, then you will stay in contact with all the communication from my Unisa and from my modules. So those announcements that they post there, you will actually get an email saying this module posted this information, and then you can actually see it. You don't have to go and log in every time, but it keeps you up to date what's going on. So it's very important that you check this like every week, at least once, but recommended 3 times. Then how to submit your assignments, a big question. We got it on Saturday too. How do I submit my assignment? How do I do a multiple choice? How do I do a written assignment? Okay, so there we go. We show you how to do that as well. Then another one, how do I engage in the forum activities? How do I post? How do I check that I posted correctly? It's covered there. And then, of course, the last part is how to access your MyLife email account, which is very, very important. Remember, guys, you must use your MyLife if you're emailing the university. Don't use your personal or your work account. If you put something in like fees or payment or those type of keywords that the spam filter is automatically going to pick up, because remember, we're protecting our infrastructure in terms of ICT. So if you're using a personal email and you're typing in that type of information, the spam folder might just block it and it won't ever come through to us. But if you're using a MyLife email account, then it was a little bit more lenient. It will say, okay, fine, that's student related. It should be a query then. So be careful of that. So MyLife covered there. Make sure you understand how to use it. We've got videos, we've got steps, so you can decide which route you want to go. And I will show you a little bit later how to log in and how does it feel. As I said, once you get to the point of the semester and now you want to start preparing for the exams, at Unisa, guys, we are writing online exams. It looks like this is the way it's going to go or continue to go. So we're going to try and support you guys as best we can. So please then check your timetable. So this course is actually really important because it takes you from the point when, all right, you're going to write an exam. What do I need to do? It's going to say, this is how you get to the My Exam site. From the My Exam site, how do you access your exam? What type of exams are you expecting? Multiple choice or written? Then we deal with academic integrity. Yes, that course that you guys need to do, that very same thing. It's actually there as well, but a very, very small one. But you'll understand why do we do academic integrity. There are a lot of students making silly mistakes with this type of thing, and it's a painful experience if you made a mistake and you get nailed for it. It's very harsh penalties, so please let's avoid academic integrity issues. Then we get into the proctoring tools, guys. So we actually show you step by step before you get to the proctoring tools. There are 3 different proctoring tools that we're going to be using. Moodle proctoring, we'll explain it to you. We show you how it works. We give you the steps, and we even show you then go do a practice exam with the proctoring tool. Same applies to the invigilating app. We do the same steps there with you. We show you all the steps that you need to follow, how to get the app, how to download it, how to do the demo, which you can do many times as you want. And then we've got the third option, which is Iris, which is actually only for CSET students and a few other modules. It's very limited. And how does that one work? How do you set it up on your laptop? And how do you deal with it? Now, remember, guys, you're not going to use all 3 of these proctoring tools. For each module, you'll only get 1 proctoring tool if indeed you need to write an online exam. So we're going to explain to you this as well. Which modules do you have to write exams and which ones don't you? The don't use, then it's normally a portfolio you submit, or you've got continuous assessments that you need to do. So your module will explain to you what to expect. That's why you must read your tutorial 101. Then we also tell you what type of devices should you be looking at. Okay, because we know with phones and laptops, it's a question that comes up, and we get this lot. Saturday, we had the same question. What type of phone should I buy, David? Or what type of laptop should I invest in? Getting a laptop is probably the best thing you possibly could do. But yeah, buy a proper one. Don't buy something that says Celeron. Sorry if there's anyone working for Microsoft or Intel here. Celeron is just too slow. It doesn't work really well. Anything from i3 onwards is perfect, and AMD processors. I'm talking very technical things here, but go join those workshops that you have on campus, guys, because this type of things is explained there as well. So it's a good investment, get a laptop, but if you don't have it, it's understandable, then use your smartphone. So we also do tell you there, all right, this is the type of things you can look for. So it sort of give you some guidance. Number 7, the mock exams. This is so important. Mock exams or demo exams, guys, they are there just for you to practice the proctoring tool on your device to make sure that you're comfortable, that you feel that, oh, this is how the tool works. This is how I'm going to take pictures. This is how I'm going to do X, Y, Z. This helps you get more comfortable with the technology, how to troubleshoot it if it doesn't work, These are all very important skills. So there we also cover it for you. We also give you the contact details for the contact center. So when you're writing exams, there's a specific link that you must use where you can contact people who are live and ready to help you. So that's important. So that's all covered there. And if you are a student with special needs or what they call disabilities, then you must also see what does Unisa say with regards to proctoring and what documents you can form, because you do need to disclose it so that the institution then can decide if you even need proctoring or not, because you might not need it depending, hey? So that's very important as well. We need you to kind of be brave on this one. But there's forms you'll fill in with doctor's notes and all sorts of things. Okay, so it is critical for you if you're one of those students, because we don't want something to be a complete barrier, which is very difficult to bypass. So yeah, have a look at that as well. Very, very important. Okay, so now those are your two main courses. So these 200 and 200, you kind of need to do them during the semester, probably anyway. Then the third course that we've got is the STU 101. Okay, so this one, now the guys there are probably asking, now why do you have something only for girls? Why not guys? Okay, it's quite simple, guys. Look, most of our students at Unisa, a big percentage of them are female now, right? That's a fact. It's in the records and the data and the dashboards that we look at. A very high percentage. But why specifically girls? Okay, what used to happen in a home? When technology came to the home, mostly the dad or the parents, it would go to the boy. If there was a boy child, the boy child will get it before the girl child. That's just the way it is. Why? Because boys tend to be curious by nature. You give them something, they're going to fiddle with it. With girls, generally speaking, very generalized, you want to see the steps. You want to work through the steps to understand something. Of course, now it has changed quite a bit because we do understand everyone has smartphones now. So the troubleshooting abilities are definitely coming more and more prone for female students. So what we're trying to do in this course is you're going to meet other ladies who are absolutely doing well in their fields. Okay, in IT, in all over the show. And they actually share their experiences, how they got where they got. So it really is not just a course about skills, it's also to encourage you to say you can pretty much do anything you want to do if you set your mind to it. So this one, as I said, is actually very cool. For the guys, we actually are working on something as well, because we don't want to just leave the guys behind, the males behind. I think that's wrong anyway. So we are working on something for males to also encourage men to study, men to get involved, men to actually engage with their academic lives as well. So yeah, so this course is really nice, really fun, a lot of basic things, troubleshooting skills that you'll learn, productivity tools, cloud-based, and all that type of thing. And of course, you get to share. We share you links where you can join communities, and it's very vibrant. And yeah, so it's quite interesting. So you guys definitely would like to get on this. I will show you how to get to these courses. So don't worry if you're sticking up your hand. I hope you can hear me though. Okay, so HerTech, very fun, very interesting, and we will be running these soon enough. So just keep your eyes open for that SMS or the emails, because I know they'll be sending it out. Then another one we've got, oh, by the way, you might see this beautiful graphics that we've got here, guys. It's all generated by AI. So yes, our colleague has actually created these. They're stunning, absolutely stunning. So then we're going to teach you guys how to use AI. Not to do your assignments for you and stuff like that, because you're going to be caught out. We're using AI to enhance your skills, to develop your skills, to make the most of your studies at Unisa. Because let's be honest, you need to understand how AI works, how you can integrate it into your life, your work life, so that you can enhance your abilities. That's really what it's there for. So we go through generative AI. I know, type in a sentence that creates a story for you. How do we do that? What features do I need? How do I prompt it to give me something more specific? So prompting means when I ask the chat, the AI tool, give me something. But when I teach you then to become more specific. So when you get a result, it's way more closer to exactly what you wanted to do or what you wanted to find. We show you quite a few different tools that are free tools that you can use. There's a beautiful tool called Suno where you can create music. In the course, we actually created a song and it was in Tsonga. It came out beautifully. The students who were attending that specific workshop said the words, everything was perfect. It was really, really well done. And it had such a cool vibe. I actually still got the music. So yeah, so that's the type of things we're going to teach you. How to use AI, how to use it ethically, very important. How to create your effective prompts. And then, of course, the most important thing, you'll see it's actually, yeah, point number 5. Credibility, accuracy, and bias. Guys, AI sometimes hallucinates. In other words, it makes up information. Okay, because remember, it's just been trained on some data. And of course, now the data is connecting to the internet. So somehow AI starts making up stories. So be very careful if you're researching and you're asking it something and it comes back with this whole bunch of stories and stats and data and you think, ah, this is all real. You need to do some checks as well in the background, okay? Check the facts that you're getting. Is it generally true or is it something that's made up? So be careful of that as well. We've seen it very, very often, and you look quite silly when you've put information and you find out it's actually baloney. So yeah, I mean, a classic example was I did it this Saturday. Can Kaiser Chiefs win a soccer match? And the AI said yes, and guess what happened? They lost again. So sorry, guys. Of course, you support the other teams. So yes, so that type of thing is, it is limited. It cannot always give you perfection, but there's definitely things you can use to enhance your studies. A simple example, you've written a paragraph, right? And maybe your tenses doesn't seem great or your spelling's not too great. You can ask AI, please just rewrite this and correct my tense and my grammar and show me where I've gone wrong. Then you're learning from the technology. Don't become lazy because that's very, very easy to do where it does everything for you. But of course, with assignments, you have to do it yourselves. So this one, guys, again, we'll do it online. We are going to be having online training as well as face-to-face. So you guys are most welcome to join us as we go on. The other one that we do tackle is the mobile learning, because most of our students have mobile phones, so that's a fact. So what we do in this course, this is the one we just had on Saturday in Joburg, but we will again be having in Sunnyside on the 7th. I think we're having in Cape Town too, but we're also trying to get to all the other areas, not just the main cities. So yeah, what we do is, guys, it's a very fun course. We show you how the basics of the technology of the mobile phone. We touch base with you guys to understand, are you using Telegram? Are you using WhatsApp? What things you must be careful about in those WhatsApp groups and stuff. Be very careful what you're sharing there, guys. This is how people know what modules you're studying, and that's how you get these weird SMSs offering study packs and all sorts of nonsense. That's the big route that these guys are following, because these things are not supported by Unisa. All right, they're created by students or whoever, and you don't know who's actually on those groups. So you've got to be very careful what you're sharing there. So that's some of the typical things we show. Then we also show you how to troubleshoot your device, how to look after your device, what apps on my device can tell me what programs is taking up memory, what programs is eating up all my drive space, usually pictures and videos. In other words, why that's so important is because if you're using this device for your studies and your exams, you want your device to be working as efficiently as possible. And that's really what we're going to be teaching you in this course. And I actually show you on a phone, right, that you can actually see that we're broadcasting. And you'll see exactly what I'm doing on my phone when I do all these type of little setups and changes and checks. So it's really fun. Then, of course, we also show you about Microsoft 365 that you can access on your mobile phone. So that's very, very important, guys. You've already got the license. It's part of your platform that you've got. Well, as long as you're studying, you've got the license. So access the Microsoft 365 app. You can access all your study materials there, or at least the work that you're typing up. You can scan to PDF there. You can take pictures there. It's really powerful tool. So we actually show you how to use that if you haven't learned how to use that yet. But the course site can also just do it if you want to do it in a self-paced learning format. So that's also available. Then we've got a very basic skills for digital literacy. As I said, some of these courses are open to absolutely anybody. So if you've got a grandparent or koko, or someone that maybe never studied this, or maybe just they want to learn something, your little brother or sister, although nowadays those kids know more than we do, you can actually do digital literacy introduction. Very basic course. I see this course is very busy. I see people are constantly busy on it, learning the very basics. This entire course, guys, was created by the Adolf team. We had a team of colleagues who actually came together and we built this course from scratch. These are the type of skills that you guys could actually be learning. All right, so we'll show you this as well. So a really fun course, very basic, very elementary, but it's fun. And it's all based on African context, which is awesome. So it's not some other country in some other planet. It's on South African characters. So you'll get to see all our characters there. Now, this is an interesting one. It's not really open to everyone in terms of your interests, but the Model UN course we just last week had the summit. And this is a course that we ran through with a company from, or a business from India called the DS. And the facilitators we got there are experts, guys, in this field of Model UN. They do training all over the world. And they actually joined us this year, last year and this year. And they actually ran through the course. In other words, how does the system work? How do you get to resolutions? How do you have the caucuses? What is the processes you need to follow? When you do the voting and all this type of thing that comes up, the resolutions, how does it all work? How does it unfold? Last week, guys, we had a open session, open event ceremony where students came, and we had 5 students who completed the MOOC. And those 5 students were selected, but randomly by AI, for example, because they completed the MOOC. That was the requirement. So these 5 students were selected. I contacted them. They were all keen. They all came and presented last week, Tuesday, to the whole community. And they told us how the course went and how they learned from it. So guys, this course is quite different because now we're even involving students to say, come share your experiences with everybody in live platform. So it was really fun. And then, of course, these students, they were delegates who actually had to apply. So they had to finish the course first. Then they applied for the summit. And then they were grouped according to the country they were selected in. And then, of course, they went and had a caucus and all sorts of things and came up with a resolution. And then the team would select someone on the Thursday to come present again to the open platform what resolution they came up with. We also had guest speakers who were speaking about green technologies and opportunities for employment and how to get involved around green technology. So it was very, very interesting. So I will show you, and I'll show you exactly where you can access all these materials, including the recordings as well. We do have a social media page, so I know maybe Facebook, maybe not really your guys anymore. That's probably more for the older people like myself. Okay, so we do still have a Facebook channel where you guys can actually go and join. I will post this in the chat. Okay, a little bit more relevant for you guys, YouTube. YouTube, guys, you'll find all our recordings there, and you'll be able to see all the things that we're getting up to as well. Now, you might have seen this. All right. Minecraft, yes. Adolf, we had a Minecraft tournament in 2022. We had about 300 students who participated, and if you can see the image here, this is one of the winners with the rest of the organizers over there. So yes, the whole idea of Minecraft is because a lot of students, younger generation, play Minecraft, play Roblox. Those skills we're using for education purposes, because it's all those basic skills that you're learning that actually can help you solve real world problems. So that's why it is actually so important. So yes, we do use Minecraft. We have actually created a Minecraft world of the Mikkelnet campus. Okay, still in development, but because it's a huge campus. But the idea here is for a student who maybe never will come to this campus. Maybe they're not even in South Africa. Okay, that's possible. We do have students all over the show. They could actually be able to access this type of thing and walk around and actually see these buildings and everything in a Minecraft world. So it is kind of a fun thing that we're doing. But of course, we know the seriousness that actually sharing the experiences with students so that you guys can actually see what the campus looked like, for example. Wouldn't it be nice to see the campus nearest you, that you can actually see where the computer labs is and the library and who the person is that you can contact in a virtual world, but they contact you? That would be cool. So please have a look at adolf.unisa.ac.za. I'm just going to quickly jump out of this presentation because I just want to show you the YouTube channel. So yep, so if you do go and like this channel, you will be able to see there's the Global Summit ceremony that we were having. There's some exams. So you'll see there's a whole bunch of videos, a playlist that you can actually work through to see all the different things that we're doing. There's our prof, even learning how to play Minecraft. Yes, part of this staff training. So it was quite fun. Then, of course, we do have this little guy called Lawazi. Okay, now Lawazi is our Android robot, and we're actually using him, all right? Her, sorry, not him. Okay, well, we class it as a her. And this in the background, I just wanted to show you guys, there you see our VR headsets. We actually take these with us. So if you do come to any of our AI workshops and pretty much all of the workshops, we'll bring it with. So if you've never experienced this type of technology before, putting on your head in a VR world, we're going to actually let you do that because that's what we did last year in Rustenburg, and then you guys had such an awesome time. So you'll see this is our gaming studio, guys. This is where we do a lot of work. This is our supercomputer. We were generating loads of data. So it's really cool fun. I hope Mr. Rachidi is not sleeping there because it looks like he's frozen. I'm just kidding. That's a live video, hey? So there we go. So yeah, you can even come check out Lawazi with his squeaky little voice, and it's really cool stuff. So you might even see this popping up in your modules very, very often. Yes, it is there. All right, where's my link now? Did I actually go close it? Unbelievable. I actually closed the website. So there we go. So I just wanted to show you guys practically. You can go to Adov. You'll see our little bird popping up there. All right, so there's the login page. So all you're going to do is you click on login. If you are a student or a staff member, you say yes. If you're not, you just say no, and you can create yourself an account. So that's fine. But in your case, if you are a student, you should be, you're here, you say yes, you say, I want to use Microsoft login, exactly like my modules, and then it'll quickly log you in. Because I've already logged in, it's probably going to remember, oh gosh, MFA, really? Yeah, make sure your MFA is working, guys, because this is very important. That just makes sure that it's you logging in. Don't worry, that code changes like instantly, so you can't use it anyway, guys. You hackers out there. So yes, so it's quite important that your MFA is set up. So go to your nearest campus, make sure it's working perfectly. Once you're in, it should say welcome. Yep. Then you can see all the courses are listed here, guys. There's quite a number of them. Okay, so those are the ones I spoke about, but if you keep going down, you'll actually see a lot more. You'll see there academic integrity. It's a different course, not the one that you're doing. You'll see, okay, there's model UN. So you can academic writing. So if you want to go learn something more there they are. There's some of the practice exam sites. You can check them out. There's the basic skills site. Sure, there's so many courses on here nowadays, billions of them. There's also a nice one, STU 400 basic skills in Microsoft 365. So if you're new to Microsoft, there is a little bit of a course there that we can show you. There's steps, there's videos, you can actually go see how to use Microsoft. That is very, very important, like OneDrive, how to use OneDrive. Basic skills in presentations. Guys, you need to know how to present because you're going to present at some stage in your life. Postgrad students, definitely. Microsoft Word advanced skills. Okay, very important because if you don't know how to format a document correctly, it's going to be a problem. We've also got the basic one that you can do. So if you're new to Microsoft Word, then that's pretty cool. And then you can see there's some other courses here. Not all of these will be available to you because they're in development, because I'm a developer. So you might not see them all popping up, but generally you'll see all these ones up here. All right, so great. So I hope you guys then have seen the place to go to check out what technology you need, see what's available, see what events are happening. Please get involved. If there is a campus near you and we come and visit, please come and meet me. It'll be really cool and the rest of the team because it really is fun stuff that we're doing. And yes, we're always pushing the boundaries to see what else we can come up with. So I hope you guys enjoyed that presentation. I will share the links in the chat if it wasn't done. But yeah, let me just check in the chat as well if there's any questions and whatnot. Thanks, Mr. Rachidi.
Thanks, Mr. Hapstad. The students are quite excited to, in terms of what you have presented. I'm sure they are just waiting for those invitations to come through so that they can participate. Our way as the university of making sure that we bring to the employment field students who will be able to cope with the ever-changing dynamics in the various spaces, and that you are ready and you are not just a graduate of the university, but you are a graduate that is ready for the job market out there. And AI is playing a critical role, and that's part of the reason we want you to participate and bring yourself up to speed with developments in that space. All right, let me see, we are wrapping up, and so I want to just check a few things. Let me meet David, and let's see. I want to give an opportunity, just 2 questions, if you have, to 2 students who want to ask David a question or questions. I see there are 2 hands up already. Let me lower them. And if they raise them again, then I know they actually do want to raise a question or a point. So anything that you'd like to hear from David? Ali Lali, hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Over to you. Ali Lali. Okay, let's give the chance to Moraile. Moraile, you can raise your question directed to Mr. Hapstad.
Meeting. Can you hear me?
Speak up a little bit. We can hear a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, please, you can go ahead, sir.
I was asking about the method that is the STU courses compulsory?
Okay, that's a good question. Thanks. We have noted your question. David will come and respond shortly. You can mute yourself in the meantime. Let me go back to Ali Lali just to check if you want to. Okay, your hand is lowered. Tato, you can unmute yourself, Tato, and raise your question.
Passing my greetings to everyone. My question on this course is that is it compulsory? Like, is it a must to do it?
Okay, I think we have noted that as well.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, so David, it looks like there's a burning question, not just for you, David, not just for you. It is for many of the presentations here. And maybe you can help to round off the issue of compulsoriness. That's an English word. Please, David, help us.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chidi. Thank you for the questions, guys. Look, remember what I said in the beginning, these are open courses, right? So they are for you to engage in when you've got time, but they're there to help you as well. So if you are struggling or you're nervous about the exams that are coming up, for example, then there's a resource that takes you through step by step so that you can understand how the whole process works so that you are comfortable when it comes to exams. Exam time. So they're not compulsory, but they definitely can assist you. And that's the most important element. They can assist you and they can definitely just get you more comfortable with the whole platform. So you've got a duplicate happening. So yes, so they're not compulsory, guys. They're not part of your actual curriculum that you're studying, but definitely the students who do these courses actually are having a lot less hassles when it comes, for example, to exams. So yes, so hopefully that answers the question.
Yes, thanks, David. And David was speaking on the STU courses and what he was presenting to you about. Again, a point that I also made earlier. Sometimes you don't know what skills you are actually lacking, and it is always good to take up any and all such opportunities so that you can be able to ascertain for yourself whether a particular support program is actually beneficial to you or not. You will never really know unless you do that. So it's always important to just say, okay, let me go and try STU 400 on Office 365. You'll be amazed at what other things the course actually does offer and how you can safeguard your files online we hear some students saying that, hey, I actually submitted the wrong file, or I had gone to an internet cafe and submitted the wrong assessment, and I got a 0 for that assessment because you don't have control over your files, so to say. Not that you don't know how to operate MS Word and file your documents onto your computer, but there are many other things that you might be missing. But and the only way for you to tell is if you actually do the courses, so that you can be able to rest assure yourself that you are actually on the right track or not. As for academic integrity in particular, we know that course is absolutely compulsory. All the others are extremely important for you to do. They are compiled based on the challenges that we know students face. And we know that if you want to give yourself the best chance of passing your first semester, your first year, your second year, your third year, you need those courses. So you still need to make a little bit of room and time to go through those courses, because we know that they are important and many students struggle. And that is the very reason why we have those courses available for you. I'm going to invite Mr. Rampe. Earlier on, before David Hapstad came onto the platform, I did make mention of some of the digital literacy interventions and other courses that are available. So I'd like to give him a chance, since we're on this topic, to say something about this subject as far as the regions are concerned. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rachidi. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Students and colleagues, I think on the chat, just a few chats up, there is a link of Unisa Technology Skills Development Program. I think on the screen, this is clicking the link. You would be just asked to put in your student number and your name, your surname, and your address. What will happen is the programs that Mr. Hapstad just mentioned now, if you want to do self-paced programs, it's majority of the things that he was talking about, meaning you would do them at your own pace, at your own time and so forth, but without a facilitator. You can choose the online skills program, all is self-paced, but if you need a facilitator, meaning you need someone to guide you through the material, we do have those colleagues who are called digital learning advisors in all the regions across the country. Depending on where you are based, you can choose a region. If you're from the Eastern Cape, you can choose Eastern Cape and you submit. What will happen is the system will send you an email with a link of the web page or a platform where you can book yourself a session with the Eastern Cape colleagues. Currently, it's only KZN and Northeastern that they don't have available dates, but surely throughout the week, by the end of this week, we'll make sure they also have dates. But Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Western Cape, Midlands, which covers Northwest, Free State, and Northern Cape, you'll be able to click to choose that province, submit, and you'll immediately receive an email. I will just quickly show you what type of email you'll get. This is a type of email that you'll receive, mentioning your name and the link of the platform you can book of any services for digital development that they offer in that region. And for example, in Gauteng, it will take you to this page where all the regional centers, they have their menu. If you are in from Sunnyside, they offer Excel, AI prompting, MS Office, basic computer literacy, and so forth. So all the sessions, majority of them are face-to-face, but the most important thing is someone is facilitating the process. So there is someone who's guiding you through the material. So I hope you'll take this opportunity, go to the link, choose whatever region you want, take what they offer. If you want to do self-paced, remember you have that option to choose online self-paced, and you can choose what you think you will need at a particular period. the email will come as soon as possible, and you'll be able to go book or immediately start with the session. I think that's enough for me, Mr. Rachidi. I hope students, they do understand.
Great, thank you. Let me see if they actually do understand. Let me see you clap for Mr. Rampe there, and let me see. Great. There might still be some questions, and I'm going to take only 5 minutes to address those questions. If you still really have questions on this segment, I will entertain those for now. So I hope your hand, the two hands that I see, there's only one for now. Is that the hand we are going with? Okay. Segopotso, if we can give you the opportunity to ask your question.
Afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Is the Unisa Technology Skills Development Program compulsory, or like I don't really have to do it or something?
Can I maybe ask you a question before we respond?
Yes.
So you did not have any difficulty applying and registering on the Unisa system?
No.
You successfully claimed your My Unisa, no challenges, downloading study material?
Yes, I did all that.
I'm just saying you didn't have any challenges doing so.
Yes, I didn't. I didn't.
Okay. Have you started with any of your assignments?
Just a few.
Did you have to type any of them?
No, not yet.
Okay, if you do come across one that requires typing, you are comfortable that you'll be able to type, to save, to PDF, and be able to submit.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so those are just some of the things. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, so I was just trying to make the point in responding to you to say the programs are not compulsory that we are talking about for digital literacy and the training interventions, the workshops. They're not. But as you have seen, there are days on which those trainings are taking place. And while you wait, it could be a good opportunity for you before you become disparate for someone to help you, that you could take the opportunity to engage in the training session, whether it is the self-paced or where there are workshops run and facilitated by our colleagues, so that you can be able to measure for yourself on that checklist in your head that I'm able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Where you get to number 6, you realize maybe I wasn't sure I could do this. Now I know I could also do one or other additional thing. So I'm trying to say to students, the issue of compulsory or not is not really the conversation we should be having. The conversation we should be having is, do you know what it takes to be able to actively participate in all the academic activities? Where there are written assignments, do you know where you're going to write them? Do you have access to the technology to write them? Do you know how to apply? For example, in many of the written assignments, they want table of contents. Do you know how to insert a table of contents in an assignment, so to say? And so all these programs, and I will say this, and I hope someone is going to underline what I'm saying. You will not know if you actually need this training until you attend the training. The opposite of that is that you will find yourself in a situation, most likely, okay, find yourself in a situation where you are desperate for someone to help you. 2 days before assignment due date or some other academic activity, and it's just not happening that you have someone readily available to assist you at that time. So the best bet from me to you is that make use of every available time that you have participate and be able to rule out and say, okay, no, this one I actually am able to already do. But if you do not engage and you're only looking at these interventions in terms of whether they're compulsory or not, I think you will be missing a huge opportunity. Because as I keep saying, these programs have been put in place because we know that majority of the students struggle, and we are hoping that you are not one of them, but if you are, this is an opportunity for you to take up those. Okay, so Hopozo, thank you very much for.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. Ashika, would you like to ask a question, Ashika?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you for being interactive and helping us and guiding us. I've logged into My Life and My Unisa. I'm doing the MOOC now currently for the integrity, and I only have one challenge though, and it's I don't know if you specialize in this, but it's the NSFAS. I got blocked currently, but I'm registered already, and I'm not sure where to put my account details. I googled it, and then they told me that I would get a link in my MyLife email. However, I did not get one.
Okay, Ashika, you are saying something about NSFAS and being blocked from doing something. What exactly are you being blocked from doing?
I cannot access the portal anymore, but like this is only recently.
Okay.
Yes.
My advice to you,
I emailed NSFAS.
The DSF email address. Let me see how I can help. You can email me. You'll easily find me. Email me. Let me see how else I can assist. But it is only because you have already managed to get into the system and then you were kicked out.
Yes.
If
But
that
I
was
am
not.
provisionally funded already.
Sorry, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
But great presentation. I'm very informed, and I will be doing the programs and the courses to help me.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ashika.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Alilali, I see you are persistent, but you are somewhat unable to unmute yourself. Okay, Dube and okay.
Afternoon,
Dube?
everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you. I just want to add, based on what you just said, Mr.
Rachid.
Okay, on the issue, let me not say an issue, on the concern that was raised by Sirhomutso. I'm just going to share my experience. I started last year doing higher certificate, and I seem to have benefited a lot to the programs. They are not compulsory, especially when coming to my assignments and also during the exam time. On the first semester, most of my exams were based on, MCQ. But there was a session around in Joburg before, I think around March, about the proctoring. So I decided to attend that session in Joburg. The program at that time, I wasn't going to use it at the time, but I learned about the invigilator, which actually assisted me on the second term when I had to do my ENG, which was a take home. So I could also add to your statement when you say it may not be necessary for one to do now, but at a later stage, it is beneficial, because when most people panicked about the invigilator, about the take home, I had already had information that I had benefited in the beginning during the first term of my studies. So I'm also having a challenge at this point because I have benefited on that information and the program. I'm currently struggling to actually view. I was able to view some of the courses before, but this year I don't know what is happening on my mock to be able to access, because I also managed to do, there was an invitation last year for a peer educator. I also managed to do the peer educator on the mock. So I could say I have benefited, gained a different skills on those programs that were given for free. So I would like to get some assistance on as well at this moment. I'm unable to do the integrity. When I log in, I do put my user and put the password, but after I have just inserted all that information, it just gives an error at this stage. So I don't have the FYE. I also don't have the integrity, because I don't know if it was because I was able to do the FYE last year, or there is a challenge. I would appreciate if I can get an assistant on that. Thank you ever so much.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Firstly, to as a living example to our dear students who are new into this space, and as an example of what we are saying, that it's not all the time that you will know ahead of time that, no, I need this, I don't need that. So you never know at what point you're going to need what support, that it is always better to prepare yourself by participating whenever a call is made to do so. And so I'm going to let you email me, give me the details, give me the screenshots. I know that they had said that all inquiries for academic integrity must go to my modules 22, my modules digit 22 at unisa.ac.za, as a news as a returning student, I'm not sure if that also is supposed to be what you need to do, because you are not necessarily a new student. So please let me deal with your matter for you. Otherwise, thank you very much, Ms. Dube, for your inputs there. I'm going to take one last student, Luanle.
Good day, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear, sir. You can go ahead.
Right, I'd like to thank all the presenters who were part of this orientation day. Hopefully this orientation day will help everyone, and thank you very much. My question is about the Unisa technology development skills. I wanted to know if does it teach you how to do citations, acknowledgements, just like when you are using AI to write your assignments, to acknowledge it, does it teach you?
Okay, good question. I have a 20% answer to your question. Maybe the rest of it will come from the other colleagues. Maybe let me first give them a chance to, I think, Mr. Rampe and Mr. Haptat, maybe in that order, if you'd like to respond. And then I will come with my 20% answer. Mr. Rampe?
Thank you, Mr. Chidi. We mainly cover applications and how to use them, but academic literacy issues, I think on Thursday, it will be covered. So I think from this side, I would not say 100% we do help with citation. We just help students how to use these apps, but not for academic literacy per se.
Okay, great. Mr. Hapstad, want to add to that?
Okay, thank you very much. I got the answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you can go ahead, David, if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, no, students must just look out for the advertisements, go on the website. Yes, we do physically, we do it online as well. But yeah, everything will come through email and SMS.
Okay. Thank you, David. I also know that the colleges sessions tomorrow and Friday will also cover a great deal on this matter, and of course we have a dedicated session, Lwandle, on academic integrity that will cover all matters, including what you are referring to. And I think I must also invite you to the library session. I think they've got an element there as well on the issues relating to to that matter as well. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I must thank you very much. That's all the time we had for today. I must thank you for your active participation, and I would like to give yourselves a round of applause, give the Unisa staff a round of applause for engaging with you in the chat. And I think many of your questions have been responded to. Please, as the week progresses, make sure that you attend all the sessions, you note the questions you have and direct them accordingly so that you can get your answers as speedily as possible. So from my side, thank you for allowing me to drive today's ship. I hope I didn't hit you with speed humps and that you enjoyed the session. And we would like to wish you well for the rest of the day. Please do join us tomorrow again when we have the college session. We are going to have College of Education in the morning, followed by College of Human Sciences, College of Law, and we close the day with College of Economic and Management Sciences. And of course, you can still go to the same regions where you are, go back and join one of those sessions at the time when it is starting as indicated. So from my side, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We see each other tomorrow.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.